Today's video is brought to you by Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. And when you use my code right now, HMA, they'll put $50 in your account when you put a $5 lineup down. Hard to beat that. They've got baseball, basketball, heck, they've even got the seasonal picks up here for the NFL season. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do remember to gamble responsibly. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you for watching, tuning on in today, which is what has hopefully been a great June for you up there in the Pacific Northwest or wherever you may find yourself on this great planet. And we are rolling our way through this off season and getting an opportunity to talk about things that didn't get as much, I think, acclaim and notoriety. And I think this will be one of those points today where there certainly was a good amount of acclaim and notoriety when it came to Seattle Seahawks first round pick from last year, Gray Zabel. But I want to talk today about his upside, not merely that he was a really good player, or even kind of try to go beyond just what we might look at as far as his standing as a good player, because on the surface of it, he played out every single game just about, I believe, and was, not super necessarily highly rated by PFF. As you can see right here, he's a 42nd highest rated guard in the National Football League there. So, not necessarily super high rated as far as that being a part that you can go back upon and lean on. But there was some notable things even statistically in what he did. And I think that this is also one of those places that I often go to with you folks, saying that merely just taking the PFF grades and saying, well, this is the end all be all. And this is what you can expect of the measure of the player in its entirety without any kind of context or without looking up any of, like obviously the All-22 film, which we're going to do have some today, and try to get into this guy as a player and, what he brought to the stage. But what's really notable is that though he may have been the 42nd highest rated player by PFF, which is not going to win any awards necessarily, and played well over 1,000 collective snaps in his rookie year, pretty notable as well. He had a pretty major lower leg injury. I think it was like in the Cardinal game, and was able to bounce around right back from that and still remain steady on down the line. And there's two things I want to first, before we get in and talk to, I'm going to have some film, I got some great film clips for you guys today of him, some mic'd up stuff, some guys talking about him. But when we just get into the little bit of statistical measurement that we can find when it comes to interior offensive linemen, we use what we have. We do use the few tools that we are given. And in this case, we don't have a lot of markers. I don't have receptions. I have targets. I don't have just separation, right? This isn't like wide receiver, running back, yards after contact. So we have to find where we can with a little bit more advancement on this. Because even though the grade's not super high, the grade wasn't bad, there is a place here that is notable on a couple of different things. Number one, 654 pass blocking snaps last year with only 2 sacks, 5 quarterback hits. Pretty significant. And what's even more significant is when you pair it back around and look around onto this graphical chart here, which I will try to increase in size for you guys so you see a little bit more clear, in that you can see here it's got the pressures allowed, the quarterback hits on these various 3 columns here over to the right. And in the sack column, you can see that the sacks came in 1 game against the Los Angeles Rams. So this guy played in all these playoffs, all through the opening part of his career. No sacks given up, just 2 sacks given up in his entirety throughout the whole course of the year in his rookie season, doing that. So pretty cool. And then the second part being is that though the grade may be collectively down a little bit, you do notice with this that the grades seem to kind of get better and better and better as the year goes along, don't they? Almost as if more of the maturation process for the rookie that he got, the more he got his feet more than just wet on the toes, but fully diving in, the better he was going to get. The just overall performance would improve across the board. So a couple of still statistical notable fashions in there, even though I'm not going to try to lean on this and say that we're going to take our story from Gray last year and pull it away from being just off of what he did statistically. But you could see that he was coming in ready-made to play. He was coming in as a guy that was going to be transitioning from tackle to guard. So not only was he a rookie, but he was a guy that's going to, he had a little bit of track record playing guard in college, but really was more to the tackle side. And so he was really having to get acclimated back to a position that was a little bit foreign to him. And so when I look at this next year, first on the surface of this, just got better as the year went along, already was pretty good out the gate there. probably not going to be fighting through an injury right off the rip like he was almost halfway into the year here when I think the Cardinal injury came up. And, maybe he got to the point where he's feeling okay by the end of the year, but that's not one that tends to be one where you come back the very next week and then you're just A-okay throughout the rest of the season and you're going 100%. That's just a guy that can handle pain as much as anything else. And I've got a clip here that's going to, present to you just that. Before we get into the film, which is fun and shows the varying different things that Gray can kind of do in his game, I want to show a couple of these clips that I thought were so telling of what he was as a player last year and why as well sometimes you got to go beyond just the measure of stats or what an offense is performing at and listen to how the players talk, listen to how the interactions are going, listen to the way the guy carries himself. And first up, I want to bring up a one that happened to be a battle here with Mr. Calais Campbell. And I thought that this was an interesting one from last year. I'm going to have to kind of take this clip by clip because YouTube doesn't let me just roll this all the way through. So I got to kind of segment this up a little bit. You guys probably remember this rep. We're going to discuss it a little bit. And then the fun part of this back and forth between Gray and an NFL legend who very well may end up entering the Hall of Fame. Not just between him and a guy that's like also ran in the league, but a guy that was legitimate. Play it a couple times. You can see that Gray's got that hand to the outside shoulder. This is going to come up a little bit later on between these two guys. So he gave him a tough time in this game. And it was a game where obviously Seattle didn't feel like they had to throw a ton in this game. So you're running the ball a lot, which probably seemed to give Calais some frustrations as this game goes along. So we get this rep, and there's a couple reps, shown in this sequence that illustrate he's not getting the better of Calais. He's doing okay. And then,
I'm about to kill you. What? We ain't getting opportunities though. One-on-one. You went against me all the time. What are you talking about?
I've studied your pass rush. I would have killed you. And we'll play this a couple times because I know it's hard to hear.
I studied your pass rush. I'm about to kill you. What? We ain't getting opportunities though. I study your pass rush. I'm about to kill you. What? We ain't getting opportunities though.
I studied your pass rush. I was about to kill you. I didn't get the opportunities though. Gray, what? Wait, where's my button? Gray says, of course I can't find it now. Too many buttons. No. What? There he goes. What? All right. So we got him going back. Obviously, he's in Caleb Columbus's head a little bit by this point. As you get a vet, this kind of worked up about in his frustration here. And keep in mind, this is the second game between the Cardinals and Seahawks. So Campbell already went up against him head to head for a game, thinking about kind of his frustration in Campbell's mind where it's like, this rookie shouldn't be dusting me up. This rookie shouldn't be able to handle me. I should be dominating him. I should be his welcome to the NFL moment here at this time. And that's not what was happening. So again, one more time, listen through here.
Pass rush. I'm about to kill you. What? We ain't getting opportunities though. One-on-one. You went against me all the time. What are you talking about?
Gray says, look, man, you went against me all the time. Where are you coming at with this, class? Where's this coming from? I think Crazy as much as like, what is this?
I'd say that. Because you're a big outside hand puncher. See, no, but I like funneling everything to my inside.
Okay, so this is a real key important. Again, listen to what he's saying here.
How would you beat me? I'd say that. Because you're a big outside hand puncher. See, no, but I like funneling everything to my inside.
Okay, so that rep I showed you on the front, right? He's got the hand to the outside shoulder of Calais, and Calais is attacking that outside shoulder. And in watching some of what was going on, especially in the first matchup between these two guys, Calais has this thing where he's kind of, I think, can kind of like lull the guards to death where you're going up against him and you're like, this big 6'7" monster is not going to be able to dip around me and bend. And then he can kind of surprise you with that move because you're really not expecting it. It's one where you're like, it's impossible for a man that big, that old, that stiff to get that kind of low and around the ground on me. But Calais knows he can kind of pull it off still, even at his age. And so he's trying to get to that side, and Gray's just like leaning into that left side going, no, I want you to come back over here. And this is where I'm going to gather you. And Calais is, going, oh, I can counter off that. I can go back off that. I can go, yeah, but you didn't. You didn't.
How would you beat me? I'd say that. Because you're a big outside hand puncher.
See, no, but I like funneling everything to my inside.
Go outside and you bring it back inside. And it was working. And I'm going to show you a rep in a second here from the first game between these two that shows you that this was something as to why this was kind of building up a little bit in Calais' mind, in my opinion, when you look back at this a little bit.
I'm a righty puncher, you know?
You're always right here inside here.
Throw it wide. Working inside move. Catch it.
Yeah. So it's, and Calais is...
I'm a righty puncher, you know?
You're always right here inside here.
Throw it wide. Working inside move. Catch it.
Yeah. So he's saying, I'm working it inside because I want you to think you can come back to the back door. The back door is going to be my right hand. My right hand is going to be my power hand, where now I've got you in full control. I'm essentially pushing you into kind of where my weakness is, just making it a real long path for you to get around to where maybe my weakness is at. But then when I get you back over here, now I can get sunk in and I can really control you at that point.
I'm a righty puncher, you know?
You're always right here inside here.
Throw it wide. Working inside move. Catch it.
And when he catches it, he feels like over the course of a rep, if you think about a rep being a long rep, 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3, as far as pass pro, for instance, 1 1,000, 2 1,000, hand, I got him back into inside, bam, 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 the ball's out. So it's you're thinking about through that method of how long, I just got to keep this block for the amount of time, you know, for the ball to get out of hand, the type of routes you're trying to run obviously affect this. It's not a one size, fits all. Campbell's not done though. Still not letting it go.
Yeah, I still got it. I would have got you. Yeah, I still got it. I would have got you.
If you would have stuck on, if I know it's hard to kind of pick up on this, if you would have stuck on it, I still would have got you, is what he's saying.
Yeah, I still got it. I would have got you.
And this is still not done yet because Gray's still not done yet.
Come on, you had your opportunity.
I got 115 now.
You ain't getting 116 on me, though.
Okay, so Gray says, come on, man, you had your opportunities. Calais then references his 115 sacks, career totals that he had in his career. And then Gray counters back very quickly, very smartly. You didn't get 116 on me, though.
Come on, you had your opportunity.
I got 115 now.
You ain't getting 116 on me, though.
So this is a kind of a long tete-a-tete between an old school vet going at it for just a rookie that vets don't tend to pay much mind to these rookies. Vets don't tend to have this kind of back and forth in this way. And to me, it's more just spoke to how much Calais was frustrated on the day.
No way. I had multiple times where it's just me and you, dog. We out on that island.
I was about to get 200 on you.
No way. I had multiple times where it's just me and you, dog. We out on that island.
Look at Abraham Lucas over there, just tired as hell, just enjoying the conversation.
No way. I had multiple times where it's just me and you, dog. We out on that island.
Abraham's getting ready if he's got to jump in, man. He's just ready. That's how I like to think about that. He's just ready. Clay just does something. He's right there. But he says, I would have gotten 200. And Gray says, no, man, look, we had this. We went it all day. You had your chances. We were out on that island. Love the response for the kid. Can you imagine this rookie he's not backing down? And that speaks to, like, yeah, this is a fun back and forth. Yeah, it's cool that you get an NFL legend a little rattled to the point that they feel like they got to pipe up in this manner. But also very cool that you have the youngster ready to step up toe-to-toe with the kid and say, hey, yeah, I don't care. I'm not scared of you.
No way. I had multiple times where it's just me and you, dog. We out on that island.
We out on the island, man. This wasn't the only stuff, though, I was able to, as I was kind of prepping for the show, to kind of pull through and find that was just some fun things. You saw it in the interaction with him between the vets in Gray throughout, training camp and how they talked about him and seemingly his just seamless transition into that offensive line with very minimal bumps in the road, very little miscommunications. Of course, it helps when your college running mate, Jalen Sundell, is the guy next to you, at least on your right. And certainly also helps when you have a guy as good as Charles Cross to your left. But it has also managed to find its way over to the defense. And another part that was a really cool part to last year was how so many teams, you're just looking for the cohesion on both sides of the ball, the interconnected brotherhood on both sides of the ball, for it to really, like, these guys are going to go to war with each other. They've got each other's back. You're my brother on this. Truly, it's not just you're a coworker. But then when you can get that through the whole team and everybody's unified in that structure of things to the point that you're as open-minded as a vet who's been in this league for many years, who's got your pelts on the wall, who has proven that you're a grade A player that doesn't have to listen to any, mere rookie about any kind of advice. And yet we even had the big cat last year. Even the big cat last year was willing to take this prodigal guard's advice.
Trying to burn the B gap, and it worked.
Did you thank him on the sideline after the play?
Yeah, I went up to him and thanked him for sure.
How rare is it to have a situation like that with a rookie where things go full circle? Like you were the one giving him advice during training camp, and now you're leaning on the rook as if he's the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because even D-Law tried to, give me crap about it on the sideline. He's like, what, like a vet learning from a rookie? But that goes back to another thing that Coach Mike talks about is like old school principles, new school methods. And I'm just like, I'm not above myself enough to take advice from someone. And I think that's how this team is. If somebody has some good insight, I think we're all willing to learn from each other, willing to grow. It doesn't matter what year I am. I think, I'm learning from a young guy that, the game is changing, always adapting. I learned a slogan a long time ago when I was young, adapt or die. And it's like, that's how this game is. You got to always adapt.
Yeah, just, tremendous that he was willing to listen to this kid. I'm telling you, if you go to the NFL locker rooms, it's not any NFL locker room that one of the stars on the defense is going to be willing to listen to a rookie offensive lineman. This is very rare. So to take this into account of like, what is it that makes this team special? What are the pieces and parts? Yeah, we can look at individual items and things about skill level and abilities, and you've got this here and that there and this here, and you're stacked over here. But it's also this extra stuff, this indefinable stuff, the intangible stuff. And to have a rookie who spotted the thing that he spotted, Leonard, telling him to burn the B gap, which is essentially, you've got if you look on the replay with this a little bit, not that I'll replay the whole thing, but
I got to give a shout out to the rookie, Gray.
Sorry, let me on here.
I mean, he's a smart kid.
Okay, so if you watch it here, post snap, the center's supposed to help out. Essentially, the center's kind of there to pick up a blitzer, but if the blitzer's not there, he's going to come back to Leonard Williams. So the center's in a hold position initially on the snap. So the guard knows he's got help from the center, and he's considering that in his pass set, meaning that the right guard there is not just merely hunkering down, anticipating, I got to hold the line here one-on-one with Leonard. He's going to say, it's not a blitz. I've got my center help coming. So maybe I'll lean a little bit, but I'm not hunkered down like I would be typically. You're kind of catching them in sort of a soft pass set from an offensive line perspective. So Zabel's telling him, you're going to catch them soft here because they're swinging those protections your way, and he's anticipating that. You can kind of burn that B gap, meaning instead of just doing a pass rush move or trying to work the moves, just simply run through his face because he's going to be light of foot. He's not going to be rooted down to take you on in the manner that he typically would be because he's anticipating he's going to get some help. So a very cool play. Awesome that he was willing to listen to the youngster. And again, not just, kind of the only time we were hearing about this stuff a little bit. Toughness was another angle I just wanted to highlight here before we get over to a little bit of the stuff here. Let me see where it was at on we got Jalen Sundell was on a podcast being asked about Zabel in the Super Bowl. And one of the places I mentioned earlier, he had a pretty significant lower leg injury about halfway into the year and did not miss a week. He's back there week 12 right afterwards, popping right back. I think by all accounts, the coaches and the medical staff was pretty surprised he was willing to make a go at it. And you would have expected at that point that you got a guy out there hobbling around, just getting by, but continued to perform really well, continued even in the Super Bowl to perform really well. But listen to Gray Zabel talk about the dislocation of Gray, or Jalen Sundell talk about the dislocation of Gray Zabel's thumb in the Super Bowl.
True that Gray asked you to pop his thumb back in during the Super Bowl?
That is true. I was like listening to the play, and he's, John, can you put it back in? I'm like, no, I can't. I don't know how to do that. So I just grabbed it and like pulled it. He's like, did it go? No. This is in the huddle as I'm trying to get the play.
Yeah.
I was like, ask Chuck. I don't know how to do that.
Ask Chuck. Chuck, you do it. Chuck, you do it.
So kind of funny. My camera's off today, guys. Things like got a mind of its own today for some reason here. It's like tilted and it's just all off. I need to get a new deal. Anyway, so dislocation, Still goes out there, puts up a 72 grade, which was actually one of the higher grades for him of the year on that stretch of run at the end of the year, that he was starting to perform better and better, getting more comfortable as a rookie. And in this game, just to kind of show you where his mentality was at and what he was getting done, this is a cool play from this game that we actually got mic'd up from, where it's the opening play of the game, right out the gate. Are you amped up? Are you ready? Are you tuned up? We all remember the Cam Chancellor hit on Demaryius Thomas early in the game against the Broncos in 2013, setting the tone for that game. This is what this day is going to be like. This is what you're in for today, Denver. Did you come as prepared? Did you come as locked in? So I want you to watch Gray Zabel on this block here. He's going to be your guy there just to the side of 67 there. So you got 76, 67, little inverse there. Milton Williams having a really strong year, big free agent signing for the Patriots last year from the Philadelphia Eagles. And he gets him here, one-on-one, dump trucks him. Dump trucks him. I got none of my buttons right here today. It's just a complete and utter mess. I'll tell you what.
We took us in the house to serve us pancakes.
So he takes this is a good, now look, there's a little tripping here with this, but it's partly you get tripped up with a guy like Zabel, and this is on a lot of his tape with like this, where you go, well, the guy just got tripped up. Yeah, part of it is because you're busy being engaged with his strong ass. You're not thinking about your feet. It's all you can do to just be trying to get off of him and still be able to move, because he's got that sort of country strength to him a little bit. But what was cool about this is that the mic'd up from the Super Bowl actually gave us a little bit of stuff from this play in particular. So we have the Kenneth Walker one here. Somewhere.
The handoff to Walker, he's going to go left. Gets a block outside, turns upfield. He's going to have a... The handoff to Walker, he's going to go left.
You see him kind of dump right there off the right side of your screen there, just as the camera loses it. So that's pretty pure pancake. Yeah, there's a trip, but it's pretty pure pancake. So Milton gets up and his pride's hurting a little bit at this point. He's not feeling that. He's like, that's the first play of the Super Bowl. That's just what I do. Zabel looks over at him. And Zabel's, you got to think, staring him down after this block. So Milton senses he's staring him down and he goes, what? He says, I'm ready to die today. Yeah, me too. And this is the man that then dislocated his thumb later on, just kept on going. He's not just empty talk.
I'm ready to die today. Me too. What? I'm ready to die today. Me too. What? I'm ready to die today. Me too.
This is the mentality you give with this guy. It's not fake. It's not put on. It's not an act. It's on his tape. You see it all over the place. It's peppered in throughout games in real substantial ways. In other ways, it could sometimes be really subtle. So he's a guy from a mentality standpoint. The work ethic is there. I don't think you can deny that part as well. There was a cool little part with the Super Bowl ring ceremony here recently, where he was talking about which ring he wanted to have it put on. He said, I want to put it on the left hand because I'm married to the game. And indeed he did. Had that thing structured on, put it up onto his left finger. And this is, I think, the mentality you're getting with this kind of guy. You want a team of all-in players. It's the part in the draft process that probably very and often gets talked about, that probably, considering especially the success of this team, built on the backbone of it, should be put more forth at the front and discussed more as that something that you should seek out as a center option, not this sort of caboose item on a laundry list of items you're looking for in a player, that you eventually get to the fact that they're this very hard worker, or that they love football, or that they're all in on the commitment to trying to be great or to trying to reach for greatness. Maybe they just love being a football player. Maybe they're just happy getting that check. Maybe they'll put the work in. Maybe they're not lazy. Maybe they'll do the requirement, the bare minimum requirement, but you have the guy that's the dog that gets after that way, that loves the game, that's going to work in every aspect of it to better himself and keep improving, and then has then the natural gifts and components also physically to be able to then be that next great player, to be potentially, dare I say, an all-pro in this league, which I think Zabel's got, some potential to get to. So when you look at the tape as well and backing this up, you go down the line and you're blown away time and time again with all of the things that he brings to the table. You had the pancake there with with Milton Williams. There's a couple moments this last year where he really was able to give Kobe Turner the business. You got 91 here, flashed up against your left guard there. The left guard just to the right of the center, getting ready to stamp the ball. Kobe Turner, one of the better defensive tackles in the sport. It's a bit of a similar kind of rep to the last, where it's like, is there a slip here? Yeah, there's a slip, but there's a slip also at the point where the rep's been lost, and he's trying to retreat back into the positive side of the rep here. That's why you lost it. Just a clean, easy win on a very nice long run by Kenneth Walker on the play that was led through right up over that gap. Why is there such a big hole in that gap there for Kenneth Walker? Why is he running untouched through a 4-foot hole? It's because you've widened Kobe Turner out on that play and been able to take him out of the play completely. And again, Kobe, really good defensive tackle, but a couple of reps in there where you were able to give it to him. And because Gray is an equal opportunity destroyer of defensive tackles, he also gives it to Braden Fisk here, the Tyrannosaurus armed one, as I like to call him. Baby arms Fisk. Just does what you need to do with Fisk, which is lock him up, get those little tiny arms, those little baby arms locked up to his chest, and then just dump him on his ass. Just dump him.
We took us in the house and served us pancakes.
So you get the flashy reps from him last year. Yeah, you got the flashy reps from him, but do you just get the also beyond even what the grade may tell you, good strong reps as well? Certainly you do. You wonder about a guy transitioning over from tackle to left guard, and if that's going to be really the proper place for him. Is he more just a tackle? Can he handle the run blocking duties? Here, as you see here, you got an outside zone run here, the right side. So he's kind of not just got to make sure he stays in front and doesn't allow penetration. Notice keeping the body not to allow that penetration. This is a block on the backside, which isn't always about going upfield. You don't necessarily have to do that. You just need to make sure you don't allow your man to get over to that side of the play. And whether it's a complicated, difficult block that he had to make last year, and there was a lot of those within this offense, or a relatively simple kind of run block like that, he's going to execute it. Another one here, it's kind of similar to the Kobe Turner block where you've got him now basically heads up over a defensive tackle here, nose tackle essentially, in that sort of one technique, or if you want to call it 3-eye, if you want to be persnickety about it. Takes 92, rides 92 out the way. Play doesn't go for longer than it probably should because others don't necessarily get their block, and hell of a job off screen there by the unblocked edge there to get back in the play. But nice job here by Gray. Just effortlessly on the move, moving a guy down the field. So not only getting pushed, but getting pushed down the field as you're moving laterally. So much of this offensive attack and outside zone is you getting that kind of push. Not heads up, drive blocking, but I've got to go lateral, get my contact, get myself squared up, and then I want to get pushes. I'm getting lateral. It's a very technical type of run blocking that you ask for in this offense. A touchdown run by Charbonnet here. I believe that's, I think that's Walter Nolan there. He's got the rookie first rounder. There's first rounder on first rounder crime. A lot of people have heard me criticize Walter Nolan coming out of college and some of my problems and issues with Walter Nolan. And any of you who have watched this channel will know one of my mainstay critiques of him is that this guy back to college gets up out of control, upfield, and he loses and vacates his gap. So Gray realizes what he's doing here, which is I'm going to just try to get up too far field and I'm going to run myself out of the gap where the run play is going right behind. Maybe it's designed here by Arizona, asking him to do that. He is a 3-tech. 3-techs are tending to be penetrators. But this is stuff that went back to his college, which was also lead problems to his college defense because he would run himself out of plays in college and then allow big plays on the backside. And it looks pretty, right? It looks pretty because Walter's getting penetration. He's penetrating. But if the lineman's got you controlled the whole way and he's just kind of easing you out around the play entirely, it's not really of any kind of productivity to the play itself. And so good reactions here. Just like this rep because it was a cool one between the two first rounders as you're able to go get a touchdown in on that. I'm going to go through a few different reps here with you guys today. Another one here. We're just a long developing rep on a nose tackle. PJ Mustafa, I think this is. And a little bit of the double team first to play where you got Olu's got to set him up for Gray. So Olu's just there, hold him up until Gray can get there. Then Gray gets there. Now you got to get to the second level Olu. And then just stay in front. And still getting push. So see where he takes him over here. He takes him over here. Look at where they're at on the line of scrimmage there. Look at where they're basically at as far as the line goes. Now look at where that finishes up. Still in control, still in control. And then this is what extends the run. Not just turns it into then a 7-yard run, but because you've washed the defender completely out of the play. And Olutini's done a fantastic job on this one as well. Love the recovery by Olutini. Olu gets a 2-for-1 here. Watch this whole rep here. Just a great little job there by Olu. That's something Olu brings to the table, and part of the reason you might be a little hesitant at times of moving him in a trade, even as a backup center, is because he's a very smart player. He's played a lot of football. But a great block here. Just take Mustafa down the line, control him the whole way. Again, moving lateral on the snap, outside zone, but still getting pushed down the field. Lateral with push. That's why y'all that send me the videos on the prospects at times with them 340-pound trash cans that can't move. I'm like, you guys, we got to get some guys that can get on space a little bit. Another controlling rep here on Walter Nolan for another big run by Kenneth Walker. Another one here where he just gets Nolan so busy with the block. 76 here. Like he gets you into a brawl, and you don't have the time or attention to pay attention to what the ball carrier is doing. So whether there's movement or you're getting push, you're in the fight. You're in the fight of your life a little bit on the feeling of it. And that's a big part of offensive line play at times, just keeping them busy. You want push. You don't want stalemates. If you just keep them busy, sometimes that running back can run right past his ear and it won't make a lick of difference because he's just going to be too busy with you. Another play where you can see the undisciplined nature of this Cardinal defense. You got multiple defensive linemen running themselves out of the gap. Oh, by the way, they brought back their defensive coordinator this year because no one would take the job. Nobody wants to go there. So, like, I guess it's you again. We wanted to fire you, man, but we just couldn't do it. Sorry. You're going to have to come back. You're under contract. Nothing we can do. All right, one more of these good run blocks here. You always got a good rep when you got the guy on one knee a half a second after the snap. Always a good rep for that. Just torque on your knee. You stay where you are. You're out of this play. You're done today. You just hang out here. Watch 93 here on your screen, folks. On his knee, bent the other way. Look, guys, it's like he gets him on his knee and it's not enough. A lot of offensive line made. That's enough. Gray's like, all right, now I'm going to twist and torque him the other way here. Let me see if I can really twist him out of this thing. You just love this block. And I think that's against Jonathan Allen, if I'm not mistaken. Just gets these blocks. And what I'm showing you here with the run block, keep in mind, I'd say that this is where the development is still kind of ongoing in his understanding of use of leverage as a guard and moving from tackle. You got a little bit more of the returns last year with him in pass pro and got to see with him in pass pro, where that tackle background comes into play. Because so much of what these guys have to do as far as the left guards go is that there's a keen difference between the left and the right guard. The right guard is bigger. The right guard is going to be a little bit less mobile, but hopefully a little bit, at least strong on a forefront. The left guard is going to be a little bit more of that. I got to deal with the Aaron Donald types of the world. I got to deal with those really twitchy type guys. So it's a little bit of almost a lesser version of the blindside tackle over at the left guard. And so you've got to be a guy that can dance quickly, get out of your stance fast, move, mirror. Gets a little bit of help here from Sundell, no doubt about that. Good job here with Kobe. Those guys had some good battles last year. Kobe gives as good as he gets. Sets you up, though. You need a long developing play like this. 7-step drop to let it rip deep. You got to have a guy who's going to be able to hold up that block long enough for this play to develop down the field. Love this throw from Sam, too. Such a nice little throw. Sam's got an underrated little deep ball, man. It ain't the best, but it ain't bad. Another rep here where just sheer utter control. I want to show some of these just where just you get the reps where he's not really flummoxed or hard pressed. He's sunk down. He's got that one hand, that left hand, as he likes to say, right? I lean that left hand out and I bring you back to the right because that's what you're going to want to counter to you. You take my cheese. You take the cheese to the trap being my right hand. So I just kind of guide you out left. This is his styling. And I think it's part of what frustrated Campbell so much is it's such a unique way of going about your business as an offensive lineman. Like as opposed to I'm going to just react to what you're doing up in front of you. You're kind of dictating terms to the defensive tackle a little bit and then making them react off of that. And I don't know that all offensive linemen do that. It's a cool little technique he has with that. He just keep that. He just keeps he keeps the sawed off right here. You know what I mean? He's got the sword out here. He's always got the sawed off right here. It's nice. Last one here, pass pro. You guys know he's good in pass pro. A one-handed grab here by Jackson. Again, just the effortless rep here. 76 again on Kobe Turner. A little bit of help, but doesn't really need the help. And yeah, there's a little snap off here at the end by Kobe, but the hand's on the inside of the jersey. There's no hold that's going to happen on that, especially when the lineman's got his other hand down here like this. It looks like you're not giving max effort as a lineman. Just kind of shows you how strong he is. Very, very, very good in pass pro. Very, very good. I lied. I got a couple more I want to show on this. Cameron Haywood, legend. Guy maybe in Hall of Fame consideration when it's all said and done. Effortless, controlled rep. Is it a quick drop? Yeah, sure. But Cameron doesn't get a half a yard up the football field in pass pro. This is not just some jag player he's blocking here and just completely shuts him down. Where do you get the all pro like? Because there's some reps in here of real dominance. Again, to Calais, I talked to you guys about why was Calais so frustrated? What was the bee in his bonnet? Well, he keeps thinking I can attack that outside. So you get that here where on this rep with Calais and Gray, again, outside, leading with that outside arm. So you see him with the left arm there. He's got that thing already out there in that pairing way. And then I'm going to bring you on that left, and Calais still wants to take that edge. Calais' veteranness is telling him take the edge. But Gray's loaded up off that left edge. He's loaded up off that shoulder the whole way. That's what he's wanting you to do. And Calais frustrated. Okay, I've got to counter back. The time you counter back this on some slow ass spin move, the play's done. You're out of it. That's too long. And even then, he's got to get so slow around the spin move. Gray would have been there to recover. But I think that he had 2 games of this and he was done with Gray. He was like, I think I've had enough. I think I've had enough of you and your shenanigans and your outside shoulder shenanigans. Getting here where he gets some help. Doesn't really need it. Charles Cross is like, well, I'm here to help. I got to do something. Gray's like, I got it, man. I'm good. He's not going to do nothing. Well, no, Lan, let me help you. I mean, I can help you. I know, man, it's cool. You just take this one off. I'm all right. I got him. No, let me just give him a little shove at the end. Let me just give him a little bit of something. And I think that Charles saw him again bring a guy to his knee. And he's like, I want to get in on that action there. Let's see if we can pancake this guy. Effortless reps all across the board. You also got some cool moments with him pulling out in space. Can he move? You need mobility in this system. Super Bowl here. You've got Gray pulling back out in front. He's got to take on the edge here. The edge is really pressing things fast off the snap, really anticipating well. Lock him up. Keep him busy. Walker does a good job of staying patient on this run like he did through the whole Super Bowl. Just take a little wider angle, but stay on the path. Stiff arm there of Milton. Milton had a tough day there a little bit, didn't he? Just not close enough. So you can get pulling out in space comfortably. It's got you need blocking in this system. If you're going to excel, if you're going to be a Pro Bowler in this system, you better be able to pull out in space. You better be able to get to the second level and land those second level blocks. Here you got him on the linebacker. He's got to go free and clear, get down to 50, cut 50 off. On time, targeting systems are good. Rashid gets tackled eventually, but not before this is, I think, like a 12-yard run. Look at Oots out in front. That cornerback wants no part of Robbie Oots. You want to see what a business decision looks like on the football field? Watch the cornerback right there. That is what we call a business decision. You flip your back and turn to the blocker instead of taking them on in contact. So he can move out in space. He can do as well. I thought a big part that came alive last year for the Seahawks that was a real underrated part of their offense was the screen game. It really came forward as the year came along. And Walker, especially against the Rams, was able to utilize this really well. That's a defensive line that doesn't like to blitz. They want to run the front four, drop 7 into coverage. And so those guys know that it's on them to generate the pressure. And so they're going to go like mad off the snap to try to get into the backfield. And that then means that they can sometimes get themselves ran too far up the field. And this is how you keep them simmered down. This is how you keep them under control. So Gray out in front here, gets to his block, lands it, clears his man out of the play. And again, keeping in mind, you just run out there, right? He's got to first make it look good. Make it look good. They play it like they're running a little duo, and then he gets out in front. You love the little cloak and dagger and the ability to trust your athleticism to where you don't have to run out in front instantaneously and show your hand to the defense. Because the play doesn't look, as you can see, these guys that are rallying up late on the play, the corners, see the corners dropping to depth? See them up the top of the screen dropping to depth? That doesn't happen if you show your hand. And it's the little details of not showing your hand on these plays that'll make the screen game work. You need the linemen to get out front. You need them to be athletic enough. Shout out to Bradford, too, for getting his butt out there as well. He can move a little bit once he gets up to moving. You know what I mean? Like the car, you got to push it down the hill, the old school cars, and then you could start them. Bradford's a little bit like that. Once you get it down the hill, okay, you're all right. You just got to roll it down the hill a little bit. That's okay. It's not the worst thing. A couple other cool points here. Another one here against the Rams. Got my man out 20 yards out in front here on this play. Boom, boom, boom. Look at the speed getting down there. I mean, he's a little behind on this play starting out. If you watch, he's going to be a little bit behind. Gets a little caught too long on the block. Re-catches back up and still finds a man. Like he's a little late on the block. Like he just gets a little bit too hunkered down, a little too long on it, but still able to recover and get up there. I mean, look at Walker and him running fast here, but kind of side by side here. Walker catches that. He's able to get a little burst to get out in front of him. And then, of course, we got the best screen of the year probably last year. There's a couple items we can look at here. And I got to start this one up a little bit. I have to run this one a little bit odd because it's such a long play. You got the screen set up here with Sam out to Walker. And then just the beautiful sight of Zabel and Sundell out in front there. This was to go and get an opening touchdown in that second game as you really wanted to set the tone in this game. And this play helped you to do that. But just look at Zabel out in front. Helps out, gets down, takes the man out. So many linemen I watch on tape in college football just they get down the field and then their feet give out on them. It's like they want to fall off balance. They want to fall down. They can't strike right on the move. You know, you take them out of their little box of an area and they just become like a fish out of water. So the movement out in space, so cool with him. Sundell out there as well, trying to chug down the field. Again, you can just kind of feel the speed a little bit from Zabel that he brings to the position. That's really so unique. Cool as well that, you know, with him and Sundell, you have two college teammates that have a long track record of being able to work together on offensive lines. And these guys, you know, this is more old teamy here with him, but really good reps I saw from last year too. And I'm not going to go through a ton all of them here on this, but some good reps. Let me get the right one. Oh my goodness. just some reps where these guys together on this just feel exactly what the other's doing and know perfectly in sync what the other's doing. I mean, here it's like Sundell really understands when he needs help, when he doesn't. And it really then allows Sundell, when he's especially in pass pro and he's got to kind of drift between the two camps of the two guards, you know, he's there to double, but he's kind of gets to go on the fly, like feel the blitz. If it's not a blitz, you can kind of lean one way or the other, just depending on who you're feeling is kind of losing their block. And it's nice that he's got such understanding, was able to where he can kind of just inherently know what's going on with him, because it allows him to then slide that much more of it to Bradford when Bradford gets into trouble. But here off the block, just it's a single little arm here. It's very subtle. One arm up, help you out. You get over there with your quickness. See that arm in there? Just to center him up like I showed you with the whole team before. You help that guy out, then you get to the second level. Sundell hits his block. Nice little 4 or 5 yard run. A couple other guys don't do as good in what they're doing there. Bradford kind of is a mess on this rep, to be honest with you. But they work together well. Full meal deal as a player. A lot of film there I went through, but a full meal deal as a player and what he brings. There's the leadership quality, the hard work quality, that he's got physical traits with the mobility and movement as that tackle background, which is really typical of what you would see in the outside zone system of a lot of players that have excelled, is that you're looking for the mobile offensive linemen. They're hard to find the guards that are real athletic coming out. They tend to have really heavy legs. And so having a guy like this that has that, and then the tenacity, and then that country strong stuff, you know, there's the big in vogue thing here, which is just like, if you want a lineman now, you got to go to the Midwest. You got to go to the Midwest. They're growing them different out there. And like maybe there's something to that. Maybe there's something to that. But this kid's got some real all-pro potential, in my opinion. And that him coming on the scene last year and being so clean as a player out the gate, just as he's learning, just as he's at times fighting through an injury, as he did midway through the year, and yet still performing at a high level, still continuing to get better as the year went along, as he got that maturation process in full bloom. I think this is a guy that I wouldn't get, like I was trying to do with the Torrey Horton. These are guys that I'm not trying to gas you guys up on. These are guys that I've been making the point of throughout the offseason, that the Seattle Seahawks will naturally get better. That this form of what they were last year was not a final form of a collective. There are older statesman players that maybe make people think that there's another gear to that guy. There's not as good as DeMarcus Lawrence is, there's not another gear. As good as Leonard Williams is, there's not another gear. And this may be a fair point for those that say that. But there are players with extra gears on this team, and there's a lot of them. And Zabel, or be it Torrey Horton, or Elijah Arroyo, or Riley Mills, you can go down the line. There's a pretty good long list of these guys where there's some significant improvement to be had here. Does it mean they all improve across the board? No. But does it mean that even a couple of them improving upon what you already have can make you even better in 2026? That's what I'm trying to sell here. That's the story that I think is going to take shape and take form here. As long as, of course, injuries hold to form them, they don't suddenly come on. That's going to be the great equalizer. But if you run into a similar situation to what you did last year in that manner, you can be even better as a team, because the natural youth of the development here of Witherspoon moving into his prime, of JSN moving into his prime, of Rashid Shaheed. You guys have, I'm sure, seen the stories today about how everybody's taking note of in training camp, how wildly improved the connection has been between Sam Darnold and Shaheed. And that you can just feel that in the offseason OTAs and their work together. And this is something that we've all collectively in this community talked about for a long period of time with Shaheed when he came here. And that whatever results he's giving us now, if we can keep him on in the future, it will improve. Quarterbacks and receivers need time together to get that chemistry right, especially when you have a guy with the pure burner speed of a guy like Rashid, where it's hard to calibrate that kind of speed when you're throwing to guys running this speed and suddenly this guy's going like that. And you're like, okay, so I got to put it out here, and you just got to rep it out to get it right. But there is natural improvement that's going to come from this team. It's not just a pie in the sky thing. This is having that young roster and having guys like this where you can see so easily, understandably, why they will get better. It's what Carroll always said, didn't he? The players always get better usually into their second year. That's when you see the biggest leap. Not in year one, not in year three, but usually year two, you will see that big, big leap. And I think we will with Zabel, and he will become another pillar on this offensive line. And if this line can sync together with the chemistry that they have, returning all 5 starters for the first time in I don't know how long, that can be a driving force for this team for the upcoming NFL season in just about every way. It can almost all kind of originate off that. Yeah, the defense can maybe be the thing that'll get the headlines and it'll have the nicknames. But if the offensive line can be that stabilizing force to the whole unit, everything can just drive so smoothly around it. Sam can perform at a high level. The running backs, no matter who's carrying the rock, will be productive. You're not going to have a passer that's under a duress a ton of time. You're not going to have to throw too much because you can run the ball because your guys are creating holes and getting those lanes open up for those guys. It all just kind of works together. You guys let me know, though. Do you think I'm nuts here, or do you think maybe Gray Zabel's got a little bit of some potential upside to him to that all-pro kind of future and what he could bring? Certainly, we don't see too many first-round picks taken at the guard position, and Seattle certainly saw in him a guy with a lot of talent to be willing to jump that high on a lineman there, as I do believe with John Schneider and his history, that is the highest drafted guard at any one point in time in his entire 15-year run here. That's, I think, pretty substantial in itself. Please do, if you guys can for me today, please do hit that like button. It does help the channel out tremendously. And you know what? I do really appreciate it as well. If you guys can for me, please do as well sub on up. Would love if we can try to keep motoring our mark here. We're getting closer and closer, I think, to 23. So we're almost about 100 away, I think, from 23,000, 23K, which is cool. Appreciate all the new subscribers who have been watching and checking things out. Really want to just give a quick shout out if I can here. Shout out to the sponsor of the show. The sponsor is Prize Picks. This is America's #1 sports app, and they've got so many options right now available to you. Mariners took one up on the nose today, but that doesn't mean they aren't going to bounce back soon, and you can take advantage of that bounce back here. Those bats are going to heat up. They always do tend to heat up once you got into July, don't they? It's just the way it goes. That's how we are in the Pacific Northwest. Summer comes a little bit later. Our baseball teams just got to take a little bit of while to get there, okay? But they're going to get there. They're going to get there. Utilize my code today, HMA. And when you do a $5 lineup on a Mariner team, they'll do $50 back in your account with that code HMA. So please do utilize that today. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. If you're not into baseball, there's a variety of other different sports. We had the World Cup just in full bloom here just a second ago. We've also got the seasonal picks. I've got Jackson Smith and Jigba over 1,324 yards and Jacoby Myers over 750 yards receiving for the season. These would be seasonal picks. So those are also kind of cool picks. You can get into the weekly picks as well. There's so many different options. Over, under, just get to pick the teams themselves as to who's going to go and who's going to win out. You can get it on now. Terms and conditions, like I said, do apply. And again, there are going to be some limitations in the state of Washington, but if you do use it in a casino in the state of Washington, for which we have many, you can use the site and app in full at that point. Big shout out to Prize Picks. Thanks for sponsoring the show. Thank you to you guys for utilizing the code. You can click down the link in my description section below, by the way, if you are looking for just a direct link. If you don't want to plug in the code, you can just click that link down the description section as well. So easy peasy there. Let's get over to you guys in the chat, see how you guys are doing, and see how everyone's summer's rolling along here and what you guys might be thinking about. Appreciate everybody watching today. Brian, it's good to have you in the house, man. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome back aboard. I know you have been before. Welcome back in the fray. We'll get some member stuff up here soon. Warhammer Guy, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, thank God for the Hawks. All our other teams suck. Mariners are frustrating, man. Mariners are frustrating because you do feel like they're taking, the temperature through every offseason, and they are marginally increasing the temperature and that they are adding. And then you feel like you're starting to get young talent onto the baseball team as well at the same time. So, okay, we're getting the fruits of taking our time and trusting our farm system, and it's going to develop and it's going to develop. And so both of these two things seem to be happening, and yet the step forward is not really fully coming. It's like it's right there. It's just as you're about to cinch and, connect something, you can feel it's about to connect, and it's like, I want this thing, just click it in, click in, click in, click. It just won't, they just can't quite get it. But, they do tend to be slow, like I said. So maybe they'll get this back around here. There still is time. And let's face it, they're right at the top of the division. So all you need is just a couple things to work out right. The health to hold up. That'd be a big factor too that could help. Martin, thank you for the 17 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you for that. Did Zabel exceed expectations last year? Yeah. If you told me that Zabel played 1,200 snaps at the start of the year and that he ended up with only 2 sacks credited for giving up, being thrown basically in the fire immediately like that. Now, if you're a guard and you're taking the first round, you should be thrown in the fire immediately. Like that's That's what your expectation should be if you're drafted high, is that you're going to be a starter in this league and you got to play immediately. But with that said, it doesn't take away from the difficulty of the task at hand, being that that's not just no easy thing to do. And considering, when you go through and you had guys on that schedule with some difficulty up front, you had some challenges, be it, the first round Walter Nolan battles that they had on a couple of them, the Hayward one they got into down there. You had Daron Payne one there with Washington, Jonathan Allen. There's Jeffrey Simmons. He had some good reps in there against Jeffrey Simmons as well. The Kobe Turner battles that they went back and forth on, where there was a definite the Milton Williams in the Super Bowl. It wasn't simply just exceeding expectations going up against kind of also rans. It's exceeding expectations going up against some of the really strong 3-tech defensive tackles in this sport, doing so impressively against really tough competition in the toughest division in football. Yeah, I would say that he definitely surpassed even for what you might expect. You expect a starter and you expect a guy, I think, in his first year to just kind of get by. Now, hopefully he can just start all the games and be a plugger out there, and the long-term development will come and he can learn the ropes and he can learn his lessons and the bumps in the road. But we're going to get him through those bumps by next year or 2 years from the line down the line, and we're going to get the benefits from it at that time. Whereas with this, you really kind of just got those benefits immediately, Martin. GB, thank you for 5 months as a Hawks Nest member. Could very well have had a top 5 line for a few years. Going to get scary for the league. That's the stuff of real, you talk about trying to create a dynasty or trying to start to put that, or going just even back to back and having a chance to maybe win a couple Super Bowls in a couple year period. That having these two combinations of one of the best, if not the best defense in the sport, an offensive line that's one of the best in the sport, and then of course a special teams unit that should be up around that area as well. That kind of combination of things can breed out a champion quite often. Yeah, there's other things you're going to need in addition to it, but you've taken it a long way down the line if you've got those things in place. And it's well situated and it's suited to do this at this point. Cross is still a very young player. Abraham Lucas isn't old, just signed that contract extension last year. Zabel's not even going to be up for an extension for 2 years from now. So you've got the money to spend. You've got the contracts kind of layered in the way that you put them out now, to where once by the time Zabel gets paid, you can kind of like format the contracts in to make it all kind of alleviated, so that you're not, for instance, GB, doing something where you're putting like 120 million to your offensive line or something, like that's how much is the cap's being eaten up by. Instead, you're able to kind of make it managed on the yearly cost of it a little bit, stretch it down the line a little bit, and how you kind of put the numbers together. But if this line can get to that place of things, and that there's no real major weak link, that you're really talking about it as being one of the top 4 offensive lines in the sport, top 5. And I think it was a very strong offensive line last year. I think it performed really well. But if it can take even that next final sort of step to potential dominance, you didn't necessarily have that last year. You had a really good play, stellar play from the line, but you didn't necessarily have dominance. If you add that, that's gasoline on the fire. HHG, thank you for 34 months as a Hawks Nest member. Now watch the Hawks not re-sign him after 5 years. Well, I mean, it's possible. I think that that's where John has had an opportunity to learn lessons. And I think that that's where John has learned and showed us that he's learned lessons. Charles Cross has had a couple of injuries on his rookie contract. And it wasn't to the degree of what Russell Okung had gone through. And I think there was a lot of reason to believe with Russell, much more than where you're at with Charles Cross, that those injuries were going to sustain and be problematic into the future, which is why Seattle was willing to let him walk in free agency. But to let him walk, you did. You trade away a Max Unger, and you just look at John's approach on that offensive line through a long period of time. There was just kind of like that was very consistent. And now you have not only put the draft pick investment in here, HHG, but you have re-signed Charles Cross to an extension, and you didn't wait till the last minute to do it. You did it pretty early in the process with him to get it done. You did so as well with Abraham Lucas. So, you've definitely seemingly shown, at least with those two guys, you're not even trying to get cute a little bit with that. And I think that does show that there's some lessons learned there on this, that, I got cute with this before. It cost me, and it took me a long period of time to correct as a situation. How about I don't race to get myself back in that predicament once again? I like to think that's what John's thought of in this situation. There's no guarantees of that, but that's what I like to think. Appreciate you, HHG. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the 5, man. Appreciate that. I thought Sundell was one of our most underrated players last season. Do you think we'll extend him as our long-term starting center to work with Zabel? It's a good question. I think that the tough part with this becomes, Martin, a little bit of what the cost is first. That's got to be at the forefront. And I think what skews this potentially a little bit is that Linderbaum's $27 million per year that he got from the Raiders is going to raise and lift a lot of salaries up just naturally, because you as a center now, Martin, can go, you're not going to pay me $13 million. I'm not worth half of Linderbaum. You can see how these kind of can work into negotiations. So while I do think that the team is well situated to be able to manage these contracts long out and be able to layer them and structure them in a good way, I also think that doesn't mean that they're not going to have to be put in a position at times to make some tough decisions. And so I would say with Sundell, there certainly is going to be an opening to keeping him long-term. And I think that the team would be okay with signing, probably, if I'm putting John on the lie detector test, I think he's probably going to say to me, we can do 4 or 5, but if we do 4 or 5 offensive linemen on long-term deals, then one of those deals has got to be kind of accommodated. Another one of those deals has got to be on a stack it, massage the numbers kind of situation. So in real world, let me walk this through, Martin, in like real world practicality. You've got Charles Cross on the top end left tackle contract. You have Abraham Lucas on he's on a strong tackle contract, but he's not breaking the bank because you signed him a little bit early. So that's in a good state. Now you go to Zabel a couple of years, you go to Zabel 2 years from now, soon as he's through the first 3 years of his deal, but with 2 years remaining on his rookie deal, you put the 5th year option on it. You stack it like you did with the JSN deal and just put his extension on the end of that. And then now you could do a Sundell to where Sundell could get paid now kind of immediately. Zabel's money doesn't hit until down the line. And now you can maybe get down to the place of where you start to look a year out from them, reworking a little bit of Cross and Lucas's deal potentially. So there's a way to do it. But if Sundell plays out of his mind and becomes a top end center in this league, and there's a team out there willing to go out there and now pay him a 15 to 20 million, salary. And in that way, like that's probably going to be hard for you to, you kind of want to be keeping around that 10 million mark at the highest, Martin, and the way that the numbers need to work out on this for the load balance to work right. You do have the numbers right, but you can't pay everyone all the money. That's the place where you're going to have to still continue to draft well, develop well, have certain positions somewhere that have that part. Cause that's the NFL salary cap for you. It's impossible to not have to cross that bridge. But generally speaking, yes, it is a little bit of, you're going to have to navigate very precisely because you can see across this board, Martin, how hard this is for teams to put together. And we certainly have a lot of guys that are being paid. Good question, man. Thank you for the support. Let's pop over to you guys here in the chat. If you got a question, comment for me, hey Hawks Nest. Also, before I bounce over to you guys here, I wanted to give you guys a little quick show here because you guys are awesome. I don't know if it's of any interest to anybody necessarily, but nonetheless, I've been working on it, so I figured I'd show it to you guys anyway. Just because. So I've been working bit by bit here on the on our situation for the draft here. So starting to get some work done on a little bit of the big board. And as you can see here, again, through a good number of offensive people. I got also defensive guys going. But we're going to be checking in with this throughout the year as well. And just kind of seeing where I'm looking at on some of these guys. What I'm really trying to do this year and looking at some of these players in advance is have an opportunity to be able to look at them in their year this year and then see how they develop into next year and see what we get as far as that development goes. Is there continued improvement? Do they take a step backwards? But just off the initial, again, going through this early on here, I've been very impressed by some of what I've seen from these guys as far as the talent goes. And I know that there aren't a lot of necessarily first rounders that I've got up at the top, but keep in mind with this, I'm pretty hesitant to throw out first round grades. And even simply having this many guys on the offensive side of the ball with this many second round grades just tells you that a couple of these guys are going to develop. You're just going to get even more. And I'm still just, of course, diving into this draft class. But you can see I've got Ahmad Hardy, Jeremiah Smith at receiver, Trevor Goosby, and Caden Green currently with first round grades. Jeremiah Smith with a blue chip grade on him. Over on the defensive side of the ball, it gets even better. Ooh, is it looking good? Mike's going to be licking his chops on this one. I'll tell you what, he's going to be in John's ear. Will Eccles, love him. I think he's a first round talent. David Stone's a guy I go back and forth between first and third round. I'm going to put him third round, but certainly a guy who could elevate himself into first round stock. Colin Simmons and Dylan Stewart are freak shows, blue chip pass rushers. Clev Lubin, man, I was watching Clev kind of falling head over heels on Clev. He's got just a fantastic game. First round grade on him as well. You got Kingston out of Notre Dame, Leonard Moore, cornerback, blue chip grade, Bray Hubbard, Alabama, kind of Nick Emanwari version of out there at Alabama. But a variety of other players on here, some edge rushers into the third round that have some proving ground here from Damon Wilson, Anthony Smith, Prince Will, Uma Mamilian, Matea Ugalele. There's going to be some tongue-turning names here this year. And still struggling to get super impressed by the Oregon defensive tackles and edge in Mateo. A little bit underwhelming on tape, with those guys. But diving into that, if you guys got any questions on some of the draft stuff, we can start to kind of talk a little bit about the upcoming year with the prospects and how they're looking there. But open discussion otherwise to you guys. We'll probably be doing a show here and then, take maybe a little bit of a break. I know I've been saying I'm going to do that, but I've been having ideas for shows popping up. So you never know. I like to keep you guys on your toes. Lumen Field was cool. FIFA and the World Cup at Lumen was very cool, and awesome to see how many people from out of country just love the stadium, and people out in Seattle, and it was very, very impressed with my people. When you just hear about how people are talking about how kind and nice everybody's been, and that's how we do it. And yeah, if you do have a question for me, BB, Brando, Hawks Nest, Walter Nolan is a destroyer of defensive alignments. Why did Walker need the field need to break the bank side? Yeah, it sucks in a lot of ways on that. It's harder to blame the running backs, man. They've got the shortest career of any of these guys. They take the most punishment. They're devalued as well, to where they take all this punishment with the short career, and they're sort of paid the least for, comparatively speaking, other positions. And you kind of got to get while you can get at that point. I can't blame him on that. Would have been cool to keep him. Hopefully Jadarian's ready to fill his shoes. Thomas, Brando. I think players like Zabel, Horton, Emanwari, Mills have the potential to be Pro Bowls to all pros. I said on NFC West Roundtable that the Seattle will be better than people think. I do truly believe it, man. And I've been consistent, and you've been consistent on, this is where our stance has been throughout this off season. It's part of when these people come to us and they say, well, they got Myles Garrett and they got McDuffie. Aren't you guys shaking in your boots? Don't you find your guys' heart thumping in your chest? I mean, don't you feel yourself racing for answers? And no, instead there feels a calmness. Number one, we just got the chip. It's the money is in the bank. Number two, we're not placated. We're just as hungry, but we know how good our team was. And that team ascending like they ascended that quickly and getting there, they want to go to fluke. They want to say it's some random act of like God that came up or something, instead of that this team, and maybe it was the God angle was a part of it, but like that the team put that work in and is just that good, is just that talented. And you mention it. What happens now when that team that is that good and by and large is able to almost return everything across the board now, sees a couple of parts within it develop into difference makers. Not merely good players, not merely Pro Bowlers, but potential difference makers, all pro-like players. What does that then do to this team collectively? Does it make it a little bit potentially better? Does it increase that upside? I mean, I think we could very well find ourselves, Thomas, saying, okay, this team wins 13 games next year, let's say, but still at the end of that 13 wins saying, yeah, but it still feels like even a better team than last year. The schedule was a little bit tougher and this and that happened, which were a little bit different from the prior year. But they're so well situated to it, but having a couple of those guys, those X factor type guys that already pretty good, but already a lot of more reason to believe they will get better. So I'm hitching a lot to this. It's a lot of why I don't think that we're impelled to have to do as much and that we can afford to sit down and wade in the weeds and kind of let the season play out a little and then strike when the time is right. If we do need to strike, which part of this may be very, very well, Thomas, within the development of this team and how well it's been structured and how well it's been set up, that there may not need to be a move that needs to be made, that it doesn't have to be a necessity. Mm-hmm. Thomas says, BS on YouTube, ESPN, that ever since the Super Bowl, Seattle's been overlooked, but also what kind of offense Fleury will employ. Yeah, I mean, it is. I think we are being looked at as one of the more overlooked Super Bowl winners in recent memory. And that comes back to that sort of flukiness that people seem to want to ascribe to it. I think people are just taking surprise and they're retrofitting fluke or randomness on top of their own surprise, and that I think that has continued into this off season and that it's, you see people with takes and sometimes bad takes and that they'll double down on those bad takes, hoping that's like you lay a bet, you lose the bet and you go double or nothing. And it's kind of like, this is their version of double or nothing, Thomas. But I think that is one where we have been, I don't mind it. It is a little weird to see because usually champions are a little bit more celebrated or looked at as still more a threat moving into the next year. You don't necessarily feel that way from the way that they see it for the most part. Maybe this is starting to shift now as we get closer to the season, but throughout the off season, it's not been that way. And the offense that Fleury will run, this is another one that's been, to me, I think that it's a valid question. I think it's just an overstated valid question, meaning that the way that the Fleury stuff gets asked about or referenced in regards to Seattle and losing Kubiak is that somehow you've lost a de facto genius in Kubiak, which, Kubiak went from being one of these, he's a Nepo baby offensive coordinator who's just a run-of-a-mill guy in this league, to suddenly now he's a genius in a year. Like that's the transition we've made for a team that was 29th in the passing attack last year. Am I getting those numbers right? Am I getting that assessment right? And that's the way that this has been looked at a little bit, which, look, you lose something with Kubiak. Don't get me wrong. You do, but you are retaining the whole staff. And this is a guy in Fleury coming in that's running the same offense that Kubiak ran. So the question marks that seem to be this, and not just a question mark, but a major question mark. I go, yeah, that he might not be great at play calling. We might come to find that this is just not his thing, but to think that he's with having so much like for like, same for same, including the coaching staff itself that still continues to exist that he's coming into, this has been one of those places where I think the reality versus the narrative out there is completely off. Fleury may not be ultimately a smashing success, but he is well situated and suited up to be not a failure, not to be a Ryan Grubb detriment, quite frankly. It's just the conditions are not set up for that to go down like that in that manner. I'd rather be flying X-Wing. Nice to see the Hawks getting some national media love. Good Morning Football America said, if you're still sleeping on the Seattle defense, you might want to wake up. I like them sleeping, man. I like being on the underdog. I like everybody just telling them, I like the players being told, and you've heard the players talking about this, by the way. You've seen that this getting to that point where it's not just, often it's a fan thing that gets spoken about and people go, yeah, that's the fans. We don't get enough respect, blah, 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 blah. But it's gotten even to where the players have acknowledged hearing it themselves. It's like, yeah, everyone's just kind of deciding that the Rams are this and they're deciding that we're not that. Okay. All right, we're hearing you. We're hearing you. Okay. I'm motivating force. Yeah. You're a repeat champion, or you're coming off your championship and you're trying to get that motivation back. You know, if everyone's telling you your stuff don't stink and you're the best thing since the wheel to come along, you know, it's probably you drop your guard a little bit. You know, maybe you ease off a little bit. But then when you win the championship and you come back, everybody's like, yeah, you fluked it. I mean, you kind of, what'd you guys just like rolled the dice and it came up your way once? Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. You start hearing that and you're like, no, we bust our ass every day. No, we showed up to every voluntary off-season training camp. No, we grind our ass off when there wasn't a camera on the field to be seen. What are you talking about? It's something. It ain't not nothing. Thomas B, I saw a PFN draft that Seattle selecting UW current quarterback 2027 draft. The only problem with him is he makes Kyler Murray look tall. Yeah, Damon Williams is not a big dude. Not a big dude. And that's not going to work in this offense. And it's a little bit of my hesitancy in believing that this is going to work with Kyle Murray in Minnesota. You can have a smaller quarterback, and you can be very successful with a smaller quarterback. I still think. I think right now in this era of defense, it makes it harder. I will say that. But the part of the intelligence of the utilization of Russell Wilson in both Russell and in Pete Carroll was the acknowledgement that you could not just simply play the position like every other quarterback plays the position. You got to lean into your strengths of that. You've got to run things a little bit more in an odder fashion at times. It's not going to be as clean and pretty looking as the on-time rhythmic based offense, but it doesn't mean you can't still be ultimately very effective at it. And what you see instead with these smaller quarterbacks is there's more of the drift, Thomas, now, especially with things getting more on time, to try to get them within the confines of the offense. And if you're running this outside West Coast offense and play action, and it's to me not going to work with the smaller guy under center, the short passing attack, the throws to the middle of the field. I don't see how there's any chance of that happening. But I mean, I will say too, as well, it's set up to be a pretty good quarterback draft. You're going to be through year 2 of Jalen Milroe. You're going to be through the second year of Drew Lock's contract at that point. So the thought process that they do look at that timed out of contract, say nothing of Sam going into the final year of his deal, is certainly not a crazy proposition. Some media is more informed than others. That's true. That's very true. Chris says, can't be easy running with the big old thighs and all that gear as a 300-pound fella. Too heavy, too. When I played at 255, I had a hard time enough. Yeah, I mean, just imagine the chafing between your thighs alone, man. But yeah, it's impressive when you get a guy that able to be that explosive at that weight, you know, moving for a long, consistent period down the field with that kind of burst. Very unusual. I don't know, HHG. We might draft a guy in 2027, because you might by that point, even if you're intended to keep Sammy at that point, you know, you've got Drew with where he's at and what he wants to do, and then you've got, you know, certainly the Jalen situation where you've got to maybe make more of a decision at that point with Jalen. Maybe you still ride with him for just the third year as the third quarterback, but I'm already starting to kind of put together a perspective for the 53-man roster, and it's going to get very hard this year. And having that third quarterback like they do, it just does make it tough. It makes it tough. So, you know, there's some things that could cause a little bit of a decision on that one, but they could roll with it the same way. Max, I wonder who steps up in Woolen's role as specialist to throw in the damn game every time. Kendricks says, hey, B, what are you most looking forward to seeing in the preseason games? Mine is seeing Bud Clark. I got a gut feeling he's going to be a real good player, a steal of the draft. I think he's going to mesh. I can see a lot of reasons why that would occur. And he is certainly going to be a guy that's going to be, I'm going to be watching a lot for, you know, usage, you know, because I'm certainly going to see if are they trying to get him comfortable in a role. They're kind of just dispersing him slot, safety, having him kind of roll through a couple different, kind of wear a couple different hats? Do they just have him just taking on the Nicky Minwari backup role? And then also just, of course, see what player you have. Is he a guy that, if he plays a bunch through 3 preseason games, pulls you an interception in those 3 games? Wouldn't shock me in the least. It's kind of one of his telltale signs as a player. I'll be on him. He's definitely going to be one of the guys. It's really hard to parse between my big 4, Kendricks. It's hard to go between the 4, right? You have Riley Mills, Arroyo, Jalen Milroe, and Torrey Horton. And these are those 4 guys that, as we're talking a little bit above on this in the stream, that are kind of those guys that could potentially have maybe some of that difference-making ability to them. And then if they can develop into that on this team, what that can do for the team. And so if you can see that in preseason where, oh my gosh, Arroyo's looking like a difference maker out there. Oh my gosh, Riley Mills looks like another version of Leonard Williams. Oh my gosh, Torrey Horton, this is why he was drawing the comparisons by Kubiak in press conferences to Justin Jefferson last year. If you can get some of that too, I'm going to be really at the forefront. And then a little bit with Milroe, because is the development coming? We all saw what it was last year. We all saw what it was coming out of college. Is it coming forward? It needs to be a completed process with Milroe, and that I need to see the finished, and I need to see that jump forward in this 1 year. But am I seeing some things coming forward in your game? Are you going through multiple progressions? Is your feel in the pocket improving? Are you playing a little cleaner at times? So I wish I could give you just one that's the most, but those all will be ones that I'm really with a keen eye at watching, because I'm like, these guys, one of two of them massively developing, not all of them developing part or a little bit, but like you get one of the 2 of them taking that big leap like that. And it makes you so utterly dominant as a football team. It gives you so much reinforcement of insurance for injury if that should occur. And it makes you just darn near unstoppable in certain elements, especially when you consider the fact you got all that money and all those draft picks to still go make other moves if something happens at that point. Like you've got the ready-made built-in insurance policies if the worst thing kind of happens, which most teams just don't have to this degree. But Blood's a really good one, man. He is a really good one. Those other guys, though, I'm loving the thought, daydreaming of the thought of one of those guys being a big leap forward this year in their game. Thomas Brando, I thought it was very funny. Jesse put Niners O-line over Seattle. Heck, I do understand Jake's point of view with O-line, but that if Jackson plays, I believe depth should matter in everything. Well, I think you touch on a little bit of what's at the heart of what makes this a very difficult discussion to have for us on this is that, and I led with this when we were starting off this, the talk on the Roundtable channel about, best positions, is that certain people are going to value starters and certain people are going to value the collective. And that I'm with you, Thomas, that there's a lot more for me of the value into the collective, because though your starter may play the majority of the snaps, if you have a backup that sucks ass and he comes in there and he's a scrub and he's getting beaten over and you lose a couple of games because you had to run scrubs out there, well, then the payment of price for the suffering of that little minor inconvenience within your roster becomes a lot more maximized, a lot more on bigger display. And so I think depth in this day and age is more important. Injuries are as high as they've ever been. 17-game season, long NFL year. They're going to come up. You need to have the reinforcement there to be able to take it. And I think those guys, and I'm not knocking them for it. It's again, it's the difference in ways, Thomas, that different people will look at that discussion where they will just put the weight to the starters. But I think that there's reason to understand why you got to put it to the depth as well, because you got to call upon the depth. And when you got to go to the backup, and when you got it from Jesse's angle of this last year, when you've got to have Trent Williams go out and you're bringing out this left tackle to take his place, and the offense goes completely into the tank, and Purdy looks like he's swimming for his life and he's almost about to drown. It's like, well, this is why we hold into the fact that having a Josh Jones on our roster, and then we paid $3-4 million to it per year. It's like, this is why it's kind of an important part in the discussion. And when you're trying to say, well, which one should be higher than which? It's like, well, if it's even Steven, then this thing should be one that pushes it past the line, because our depth is really, really strong on the line right now. Say nothing of the starters. But it's a fun discussion. Charlie says Seahawks keep Kite on 53. Jones gets the door. Boy, Mike giving him a little bit of Jamarco Jones a little bit of that shade for not being in shape here at training camp. Jones on a little bit of that championship diet. You know what I mean? And I don't mean in a good way. Yeah, Zabel's the highest. Carpenter was the highest before that. But even in Carpenter's case, he was a tackle coming out of Alabama. So, you tried him at tackle first. So, even in that, just by far the highest John's drafted at the guard position. By far. Can't even think. I don't think he's even gone. I want to say, Chris, he's not even gone second rounder for just a pure guard in his draft history. I think third rounders is where it had begun. You've come a long way, John. I'm proud of you. Jordan says, I don't know how you put the Niners O-line ahead of ours. Trent is not better than Cross at this point in time. Our left guard is a lot better. Our center play is at worst a wash. The right guard is better. Our right tackle is better. And then our depth is better, Jordan, right? And that's where you go, well, you can maybe go starter to starter. It's kind of equal. And then you go, well, then our depth pushes it past theirs. That's how that, to me, I'm with you on this. That's how I think that the debate should go on this one. SS Mariner hit an iceberg. Captain's asleep at the wheel. Thomas B., Good Morning Football, was talking about Seattle's defense, and one of them said that if people think Seattle's defense regresses, they are out of their mind. Mike McDonald will keep the defense humming, and JS will make good trades. Yeah, it's one where if you're going to say that they're going to regress, and I don't know if that's the discussion that I've heard out there a lot, Thomas, but let's just say it is. If it is, then you've got to make the angle as to how that happens. It's not a significantly old defense. You didn't lose anything substantial off the defense that wasn't eminently replaceable. So, it's like, that's where people will sometimes say, well, I just think this happens. And then they don't, back it up a lot. And, that's where it's like, look, I'm going to make some predictions coming up here. We're going to do an NFL prediction show here on the channel into July. And I'm going to be doing a lot of things that I'm going to try to predict to happen, but I'm going to try to build the case for why that's going to happen. And it's very hard to look at a defense like this that's been so good, that Mike has turned around so fast, and that this is the third defense that he's done this to, not just the first, that he's done this at 3 different separate stops back to back to back now, that there's every sign at play here is pointing to sustainability. Yeah. Banker in the house. What's up, Banker? Banger, Brando, Zabel, Imanwari, Witherspoon, Darnold, Leonard. Can't wait till y'all start paying. It's going to cost some money, man. It's going to cost some money. You guys are in the same boat. You might laugh over there. You got Kobe Turner and Avila, and you ain't got your Puka deal done yet, And Byron Young's over there with his little knee brace and minicamp. My knee. No, it's not that I want to be paid, Coach. It's not. Just hand me the check. Just hand me the check. It's not because I haven't been paid yet. That's the brace ain't because of that. All right. Thank you for the check. My knee's great. It's 100% healed. I'm healed. I'm a new man. This is going to cash, right? Today? Right now? Can it today? Okay. you're in the same boat with us, Banker. We got the same sharks swimming around the same boat. We're just about 5 feet away from each other. Yeah, it is nuts, Brian, how much they're so sure we're going to regress. And credit to Bank Baker doesn't think that, of course. But it's like, why? Because. Why? Fluke. Why? Luck. Why? Just gonna. Yeah, it does make it easier with what they have going on the Mariners when you see what the Dodgers have done. And baseball is moving towards a lockout, and the Players Association are being ridiculous. And, I don't know. I understand the Players Association there to care about the sport or the longevity of the sport or keeping it going or to care about billionaire, whatever. But the thinking that this is good for the sport necessarily, and it's not. Baseball's got a real old ass audience. That old ass audience ain't going to be around forever. And you can think about that, or you can just be caught up in stupid old ways. But it's like the only sport that doesn't have a salary cap. So probably gonna be without baseball next year. So at least enjoy what you got right now, because that thing's not gonna be around next year. Players are digging in. Megan, Hawks Nest B, got a full day ahead. Can't stay. Got to say hi. And I love Greg. Can't wait to see him go off. Oh, you have a good one, Megan. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, we got Long This in the house. Let's go, Long This, dropping a big old 50 drop of my ass over here. $50 donation from Long This. Thank you for that, my man. Very, very kind of you. He says the Rams destroyed the Seattle defense the last 2 games. McVay figured it out. The Rams worked on the defense a bit. It's good points. And thank you for the big donation, Loan This. That's, very kind for you, man. Your Ram fans have been very kind on the donation front. There is no doubt about that. I mean, I would definitely give you that in the second game that the offense definitely destroyed is an accurate way of putting it. I'm not going to dress that up anyway other than that. There was definitely some solutions found in that. I think the thing with that, though, I would say is that it wasn't a 0 to 60. You just took Seattle to the woodshed, defensively speaking. Ultimately, the amount of points and yards you throw for are spectacular, and it's a banner day in that way, and I'm not underselling that part of it. But the defense came back with 4 stops in the fourth quarter, which is part of what helped the comeback on that day, too. I'm not saying they played good. I'm not saying that it wasn't a destroying overall by what they did. But there was also the first game, which wasn't very many points scored by the Rams defense in the first game. And the second game, we had an 18-point lead or something like that. Woolen has the incompletion. Woolen forces the incompletion. If there's not a taunting call, that game's over with, and it's over with by a mile at that point. So I mean, I don't know if I would characterize the same game, the second game, as one of being a destroying. You got big stops when you needed to in that game. You limited the offense more than you limited the other game. Did the offense make plays at times? Yeah, they did, absolutely, and that's part of what makes the Rams so great is that you can play good defense and they can still beat you. You can have a guy covered against Matt Stafford and he's going to still throw the guy open or throw it just to a spot where that guy can go get it. I mean, the second game in particular, like the first game was a lot of busted coverage, or the second game was a lot of the busted coverages in there along this. And then in the third game, there was a lot of moments in there where you had guys tied in coverage who would typically make that play in coverage and they just didn't. Puka Nakua's chicken wing move that he did, and it's a completely legal move. So it's what you call it. You get to this top stem of the route and you just you sort of chicken wing off the defender a little bit and using physicality. And Seattle struggled with that. Witherspoon got by it. I think Woolen got by it throughout the game on that one a couple different times. But it's all a little bit different in how things were being attacked. You know what I mean? Like all 3 of those games all had kind of a little bit of a different tenor to them and a little bit of a different flavor to them as far as what happened defensively on the day. I think that there is validity in saying that maybe McVay has found a solution to the Seahawks defense that other coaches just have not found, because it is startling to look at those 2 defensive performances last year in those 2 games and not say that they don't stick out significantly from the rest of the other games that we played. And that the McVay has certainly found answers. I think some of this is beyond McVay finding a lot of answers is a bit of the greatness of Stafford and him being at a place in his game and where he's at is his still abilities to be the best quarterback in the sport. And when you're playing the best quarterback in the sport, you can be the best defense in the sport. And that can get neutralized in any day and age, in any era, by having the greatest quarterback in the sport. I think that we can find a lot of representations of that. So for instance, along this, let me give you a deep dive one. Go back to the 85 Bears, right? And the 85 Bears, had, I think there was the one game that year where they just took everybody apart. But I think Dan Marino on Monday night just absolutely just cut them apart to pieces, So there may be a little bit of something to it. We'll see with that. I certainly think your defense has added and improved itself, and they're going to be on paper should be a harder defense to deal with, as long as, of course, health can maintain and hold up. Now, the team has gotten a little bit older, But it's going to be the fun part of this year, I think, is to see what adjustments Mike makes. That second game he starts out, McVay starts out kind of running the ball heavy. First half doesn't get anywhere with run the ball much. He gets in the second half, starts throwing, finds a lot of success. Mike's trying to blitz a lot through the first 3 quarters of that game. Then Mike kind of dials back the blitzing, then just trusts the front 4, drops the guys into coverage, then gets those 4 stops. Then you come back into overtime, and then McVay makes another adjustment in there with what he's doing in the pass coverage to get Puka open a couple of times right up the field for a quick touchdown. I mean, it's the wonderful part of this matchup to me, which is the true chess match that's existing between these two very smart head coaches, and that's what you would expect when there is not a clear guy that's just far and away better, but that you're getting that back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and you can feel it in so many ways. But along this, thank you for the $50 donation. We shall see if you are right. We shall see. I really do appreciate that, and that's not the first time you've dropped a big, huge donation like that before. So thank you for that, man. I really do appreciate it. Best of luck to you guys this year. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $20 donation. Let's go, MJ Seahawk. Get the applause going. Cut off the applause on the 20. Don't cut off the applause on the 20. What's up, Hawks Nest? Love y'all. Everyone is chasing us. Everyone's chasing us. When you're the champs, when you're on top, you ain't have to go after anybody. You can just sit in the cut, have a little bit of tea, smoke on your cigar. Just kind of hang back, let everything kind of play out in front of you, and then react to what happens as the season goes along. You're in a comfortable place. You're in a well-situated place. This is where you'll want to be. You don't want to be having to chase. You want to be able to we're going to do what we do. Let everyone else do what they do. They're going to come after us. Good for them. Good for them. Good for them for trying. We're going to stay and just keep on our part of it. Appreciate you, MJ Seahawk. Thank you for the $20 donation as well as being a member of the channel. That's really very kind of you. We will get some of those membership benefits out to you guys on that. But at the end of the day, this is why you don't have to feel impelled to do as much. You're sitting on, $27 million of cap space. You're sitting on 12 draft picks for next year's draft, 12 draft picks for next year's draft. You've got the money's not just burning a hole in your wallet. It's burning your pants down to the bottom of your leg. It's burning so hot in your wallet. And yet John can afford to just sit there and just kind of sit back, take the deep breath and go, no, I'm that good. I've built something that's that good. I had so many of these picks so far in advance. The Russell Wilson trade picks, the moving around that we got extra picks from, the DK deals and the Geno deals. And, you picked up the extra selections. You don't feel like you got to do too much more. Let's let it play out. I love it, man. Love it. Oh my gosh. Along this with another $50 donation. You're very kind. Very, very kind of you, man. You're helping keeping the lights on here this offseason along this. I salute you, sir, and do appreciate you. So let's agree the games were tight and Seattle won. Going into this year, rank the offense and defense of both teams, the plus and minus this year. Seattle O, Seattle D, Rams O, Rams D. Rank 1 through 4. What do you rank the offseason changes? Love you, brother. Well, much love to you as well. And I got to kind of reread this to make sure I'm clear on what you're saying here. So let's agree the games are going this year. Rank the offense and defense of both teams, plus and minus this year. Okay. Okay, so we're ranking the 1 through 4 off-season changes. Okay, so I think, and along this, you don't have to put a donation in. If I don't totally understand this, I'll look in the comments section. So if I just get this wrong, just post in the comments, and I can, kind of correct it if I misunderstand what you're asking on. So I'll give you kind of the plus or minus on what I look at offense or defense for both teams, and then give you a rank of what do you rank the offseason changes? So 1 through 4. So 1 being bad, 4 being great. And so if I understand that, let me know if I'm understanding that along this. Okay. And I think I'm going to get to the heart of what you're asking a little bit on this too, just by the general nature of it. I get the gist of what you're sort of asking here with this. And it does get to the heart of some things I've talked about on the roundtable that I think are something that's worth covering. That's not being necessarily, I think, considered by all competition out in the NFC West here with what's happening right now. So this offseason, offensively speaking, did Seattle get, better or worse this offseason? You lose Walker. So what did you add? What did you add on the other side of it? You added Bo Stevens, offensively speaking, and then you added nothing, right? So on the surface of this, best changes 1, 4 change. Best changes 1, 4 is 1 and 4. Okay, I get what you're saying now. Okay, rank the 1 through 4 on that. I get along this. Okay, so I guess the one part of this that I think is the part that there's a real big disagreement on this, that's sort of that's baked into this debate a bit between, let's say, the Hawk and Ram fans on this one, that might exist on this, being like, let's say the Hawks offense. Well, the offense got worse because you lost Kenneth Walker, and Walker was this good. So Walker was this much of a driving force for your offense. You lose that driving force for your offense, and then so henceforth, you're going to be lesser because of it. Like, it's not a plus, right? You took a negative, you went backwards on it. But to me on that, there's the counter on this long this where there is but number one, you drafted Jadarian Price to replace him, and running backs, and what we know about running backs is that tends to be the position that you draft out of college that you can be pretty strongly aligned to knowing that you can get instantaneous returns from. I can go draft a guy and he's going to get out on that field fast, just like Kenneth Walker did, who was an instantaneous starter for us out of the second round, right? So like, that's not a big leap to say that that's going to happen, number one. Is he going to be effective as Walker? Probably not in his rookie year. I think that'd be probably your counter to me on that point. I think I'd go, okay, that's a fair counter. And I'd say that's not that. But then we go, the collective, does it get better? And that's the one part of this that I think is the missing part of this when I look at this discussion that just doesn't get talked about by Ram fans. And I don't think that that's one that they want to have. And I'm not saying meaning you on this. I do appreciate tremendous support. But it's one where I do think that the Ram fans I want to get over here and show you real quick here, aren't really kind of taking this part into account. And of course, now I can't show you because it's too small in the thing here. Golly. Well, you're going to have to take my word for it on this one long this. And that's that. I'm taking time to answer you because you're kind of have to drop such a nice donation on this. Third youngest roster in the NFL. That roster is going to naturally get better. So did you lose Kenneth Walker and then get a little bit of a downgrade to Jadarian Price offensively? Sure. But then did you come back to the other side of that and get better as an offense because you're returning all 5 offensive line starters for the first time in 20 years? That you're having all of your coaches, with the exception of the offensive coordinator, returned, that you're going to have all of your receivers returned, all of your tight ends returned, your quarterbacks returned, like your backups returning across the board. That kind of continuity is going to breed better success from the offense. The second year of an outside zone system, because last year was the first year of an outside zone system being implemented. We were going from an air raid to an outside zone system. That's like going from Arabic to Chinese. It's not just a simple, easy transition as far as an offense to make over one off season, and yet you found some success with it. So I think it is a plus, the offensive collectively on that, despite that. Defensively speaking, I have made this argument for a while, and this is again where the national outlook of things to me versus the interior outlook of the team and how things are playing out is a little bit different. Defensively speaking, Dante Fowler is a better, more efficient pass rusher and a better overall player than Boye Mafe. He just is. Mafe's younger and there's more of the potential. You have upside, so teams will be out there willing to swing, and he's coming off a Super Bowl winning team, so teams overpay for those kind of players. But he's a better player as your fourth edge rusher. You've retained all of the rest of the guys. You have Riley Mills coming back, who didn't play at all for you last year, but who actually got a sack in the Super Bowl. And in the snaps he played last year for you beyond the Super Bowl sack, actually played solid for you in those snaps. And now he becomes your 4th, 5th defensive tackle. You have Ty Akata starting in place with Kobe Bryant, who you lost, but Kobe Bryant, he outperformed Kobe Bryant last year. He was a better player than Kobe when he was playing for him last year. But and again, I'm going to try to anticipate maybe some of your questions that you might have from this long this. Or you say, well, why wouldn't they be playing Okada instead of Kobe Bryant? And because there's going to be a little bit of doing right by the player when it's really close. Like, it wasn't that Okada was like supremely better. It was like they were both very close. Bryant was going into a free agent year. Bryant had been a good soldier throughout his time in Seattle, going from outside corner to slot corner to safety to where he was allowing the team to move him around wherever they need to move him and just hard worker and got after it. So you weren't going to punish him despite the fact this guy was playing a little bit marginally better. So you've actually improved there. Yes. And while Woolen brings some good things to the table along this, as we were just talking about above, I've got moments like last year in the conference championship. That was the 4th taunting penalty he had gotten that season. 4 taunting penalties in 1 year. To say that Woolen's game was up and down would be a tremendous understatement. What you brought in cornerback wise, the development of Pritchett last year, and drafting as we did in the third round, bringing our guy in as we did. I think we're at least equivalent cornerback wise to what Woolen brought when you consider the downside. Didn't really want to defend the run, wasn't a very good tackler, and then you're going to get those taunting penalties coming in at the worst of times. I don't think that makes him a grade A player. My proof of that would be the fact that he didn't get a multi-year deal on the open market. Teams are hungry for outside corners left and right. A guy that can play outside, that's 6'4", that runs 4'2", that can play in X. Teams are salivating for that type of player. Yet he couldn't get more than a 1-year, basically prove-it deal from the Philadelphia Eagles. So do I think that they're better there? I do. Is it significant? No. Do I think the Rams are significantly better on D with the 2 outside cornerbacks and Garrett? I do. Yes. Are they better offensively? The Rams. Hard to say on that. I don't know if I would say that they're better. I think Max Clare gets stuck a little bit on the depth chart. I think they're probably equivalent to what they were last year. I wouldn't say they're negative either, but you've lost Atwell, even though the team never really committed to using Atwell. But it's not a significant loss. So it's probably net whatever, there. Number 1 through 4, do you rank the offseason? Okay, so this would be... It'd be hard to kind of execute the extra part of this. I'm not sure on what you mean on the final part of like the ranking 1 through 4. Number 1 through 4, you rank the offseason changes. Okay, so I think that the Rams have made the most significant change on D. I think that the other 3, there wasn't a significant amount of changes for either the Rams O, the Seattle D, or the Seattle O. The Rams D took the bigger steps to do something more significant on this particular side of the ball. And I think that there's certainly a pathway for this team to becoming a championship, your team becoming a championship team this year. I think that, on paper it's that way, and you can see how it could play out this way. Say nothing of if Aaron Donald isn't going to also be en route at some point, which seems to be also in the cards at some point or another. I do think that there are some parts, though, that this list, and again, we come back to along this, the thing that I do see that kind of pumps up on this, right? Like you bring up Seattle O and Seattle D. And like one of the things that I hammer on a little bit on this is that I see sometimes there's this blind spot to special teams and how special teams just doesn't seem to matter to sometimes seemingly the Ram coaching staff. And sometimes when I talk to Ram fans, there's no acknowledgement at all that special teams really matters in the least. Which I noticed you didn't put anything in there with the special teams angle of it, which there hasn't been a lot of changes on any of the sides of the ball with that either. But the point being is that like, what measure of impact should that come into play? When I have, your team that's one of the worst in the league in special teams, and I have me that's maybe the best in the league. And not only do I know that on paper, not only do I know that I can anticipate that going into this year, I mean, not only do I understand that we continued our investment into that this offseason by going out there and signing Rashid Shaheed in part to $17 million per year, partly on what he does for you offensively, but partly also because of what he does for you as a returner. But also even just being willing to go make trades like we did a couple of weeks ago for a 7th rounder for one of the better gunners in the league, just to improve our gunner. Like, is your Ram team even coming in the vicinity of range of trying to address that on the 3rd phase of their football team? Or are they kind of ignoring it and treating it like a necessary evil? And if they're treating it like a necessary evil, well, shouldn't that then impact some of this math on how this stuff all plays out? Shouldn't it especially impact that math if we saw last year in both of the last 2 games, it did impact the math. It did affect the conclusion. And so I would not in any way deny the strengths of the Rams or undersell what the Rams have done this offseason to improve themselves. I would say their vulnerabilities, though, and even Achilles heel had an Achilles heel, that the Achilles heels that do still exist for the Rams are pronounced and that they are still there from last year. And I don't know necessarily that Seattle's Achilles heels or that there is as clear an Achilles heel to the Seattle Seahawks team. I think there's certainly ways to beat them. I certainly think that you could just be purely better. But do I think that there's a pure Achilles heel? Maybe if you can force Sam to throw too much, where you get him up into 40 passing attempts. But I mean, hell, you guys kind of even got into that stage of things last year in the third game of the year in the conference championship, and he was still able to throw for 300 yards. So even that's not necessarily a pure Achilles heel as much as saying Rams special teams or Rams depth. I think there's some quantifiable reasons to be a little bit uneasy when it comes to some depth on this roster. And the Alaric Jackson and the potential oncoming suspension kind of puts a light to this a little bit. But I think it's going to be a hell of a battle, man. I got to say, I always want to just remind too, for any kind of Ram fans out there that hear us talking and going back, man, I love this. And I know you know this long this, but I love that this tete-a-tete is at play. I love that this rivalry is going to be as heated as it is. This is what is going to help for whatever team goes to whatever greatness, be it your Rams team or my Hawks team beyond this season and beyond. This is what will help to stamp it into historical standings. If a Rams team goes out and wins a Super Bowl championship, beating a Titans team, many years ago, even in an epic Super Bowl game that came right down to the end, even with a greatest show on turf that will make it in itself the Rams team remembered, this type of stuff can even make it more remembered because they will remember the battles. They will remember how close it was, how tight it was, how fierce it was, how hated it was. And it makes it just wonderful. With that said, man, much love to you too, bro. Hopefully answer the question good on that, kind of the heart of it. I think it's a good question. I think it is a really good question. Very kind of you, man. Very, very kind of you. Mick Brando, do you think anyone will sign Ayuk after he eventually is gone? I don't even know if the Commanders would be willing to give him a contract after what he's been going on with him. Yeah, I do. The thing with it is that he gets released and then you're going to get a veteran minimum deal. So it's one of those things you go to and you say, is there going to be a team out there that's willing to throw a vet minimum deal to him? I mean, think you got Jaden Daniels out there who's his friend. Him going to Washington seems to be an open secret at this point. Jaden can't come back to Dan Quinn and be like, look, Dan, I'll keep him in line. If anything goes wrong, this is always the thing with this when you worry about a little bit of a guy that's kind of acting out of pocket is you go, okay, if he acts out of pocket, can we get rid of him instantaneously? Or are we stuck with some dead money bonus hit that we're going to be, married to if we release him? You got him on a vet minimum deal, you can release him and it doesn't cost you anything. So you have all the upside of him potentially recapturing what he was and the upside of that. And you're the guy then that took the flyer on him and you're the guy that had faith on him, quote unquote, at that point, right? Versus he comes to the locker room and starts having ice cream cones dripping down his hands in the locker room, staring at people. You get him out of town quick. I think that'd be a pretty easy one. Good Breeze, a lot of fans only saw us in the playoffs and saw K9 ball out, not knowing we won all year without him being that dominant, and that they assume we lost our team's engine. That is what you kind of hear with this, yeah. And I mean, it's for those fans out there that think that way, like your point, Cool Breeze, how many discussions were we having in the chat? How many times was I going to the bat for K9 last year into mid-year where I'm like, look, guys, no, we do not want to start Charbonnet. K9's still the starter. The dual back system's working well. 1 week it's going to be Ken. 1 week it's going to be Zach. Embrace that. It's not about the bell cow anymore, but that was where the discussion was through a large part of the season, he definitely had a hot run at the end, but the hottest run did not make it the season. New Black says, yeah, Donovan Jackson started at left guard for the Vikings all year. I actually wonder how PFF compares the 2 years. I might be able to find him. So Donovan Jackson last year, New Blacks, Donovan Jackson was 59.4 grades. So he was about 2 points off of where Gray was at. But they very much had some similar seasons on paper. 2 sacks given up, 5 hits, 19 hurries for Donovan. 2 sacks, 5 hits, 26 hurries. But also keep in mind that Zabel's putting those numbers up with 1,200 snaps. Donovan had 795. So kind of a difference there, right? Like when you're taking into like the quarterback hit stuff, I still a better season by Zabel, better rated, but just a better season with how he had to take on more volume there too as well. But Donovan wasn't bad. Thomas B. Briscoe had 6 players in the Hawks in the top 100, which did include Ernest Jones, and all the players are at an average of 26.2. Yeah, Ernest is one that it's kind of a ball nowhere inside linebacker for some. No, he's still a guy that flies a little under the radar, though. Good to see him finally get some all-pro nod and top 100, outlook. But Pete's a little bit, he can be a little bit bristly towards Seattle players in my history with him and hearing him cover the team. Thomas B., I read something that Melinda Gates is involved in getting the Sonics in Seattle. I wonder if she's a part of ownership group for the Hawks. Could be. Do you think we're getting closer and closer here to where I think we're going to get an answer finally on this? Sounds like it's going to be a good answer, according to the whispers we've heard. Martin Brando, what position group is your biggest concern on the Seahawks roster right now? I'm worried about our defensive end and running backs, even if it seems stacked, not majorly, but still a concern. Yeah, I would say that it's probably going to be for me, running back would probably be the one that I am most worried about. You're untested with Jadarian. Zach's got the injury. Kenny's got the injury he's coming off of. Holani's not exactly been a picture of health. You've at times had a history of over the last 10 years seeing that running back room get decimated. So I am a little bit, I think, most concerned with that one above all else. I think you've reinforced every other position so well that it's just hard to find a lot of concerns on the depth front. Even to your point on the defensive end, Martin, you're 4 deep as it stands right now. Just you look at through the rest of this division, for instance, and you've got 2 teams in this division that are looked at as true Super Bowl contenders. If I take the Rams and the 49ers and I say, okay, I know your frontline guys are good. You got Bosa, I know you got Garrett. If I just take your backup edge rushers, I take the collective backup edge rushers off the 49ers and the Rams. Our 2 backups from our starters are better than those collective. So it would be something like Josiah Stewart and Romello Height. Like not like that, not like just the Niners or just the Rams. Both of those 2 teams, their best 3 and 4, matched up against our Fowler and Achena. We got them beat. And so it's to me, that's, while there's some age, definitely, which is concerning, the strength that you've put there allows for there to be depth, which allows for you to rotate guys, which allows for some of the age not to have to play too many snaps. I do think as well that, Martin, there's going to be more reinforcement because of that age front with another, be it a Jadeveon Clowney type guy in there to kind of just round it out. And you don't have to necessarily even do that in training camp. You can go trade for that guy at the deadline. That position becomes available, and that's where I get a little bit more, even if it does get thinned down, I can go find something out there. I've got the draft picks. I've got the money. It's not a problem to go and address that if I have to. Running back could be a position that I get stuck on, Martin, because, for instance, like two guys that we hope that maybe we could target at the trade deadline, Breece Hall and Devon Achane have now both got contract extensions in place. So like they're off the table now, so like that's one where you could just be like looking at it going, okay, we kind of got what we got. Megan's in the Ox Nest, watched the game of Lumen and was grinning broadly. That's my house. W3, Brando, now that spring football has ended, is there anyone from the UFL that could make the roster? Not that there are holes, just maybe more depth and challenge for current players. Cheers. You never know. I haven't been following UFL tremendously close, admittedly speaking. There's always usually a couple guys that are able to come out and find their way somewhere onto roster. Probably going to be harder on this roster, W3, just because it's returning so many guys and it's so strongly stacked. So UFL guys probably have to go more to programs that are in kind of dire straits and in rebuilds, and it's a little bit thin, as far as that depth goes. Mick, hey, Brandon, loved Gray Zabel giving Big Cap pointers on that one sack. Loved that he wasn't afraid to give the vet pointers and that he actually listened to his advice, even though he was a vet. Me too, man. I think it's one of those places that this right here is a representation of this team in so many ways, and that it's unusual and that it speaks to the strength that exists in this locker room, the connection that exists in this locker room. Because I think that if you at times looked at locker rooms in the NFL and you went back behind the curtains and saw the interactions and how these teams went about it, you'd find that there's a lot of disjointedness, that there's a lot of cliques. And especially there's a division usually between the offense and the defense. They just don't get along like, cats and dogs. But that you've got these guys that are willing to in Big Cat's case, just being willing to listen. I mean, how many vets just tell rookies to piss off? Shut up, Rook. Keep your mouth. I mean, that's how many rooks probably in the history of football have piped up at one point or another with an idea and had the vets tell them to shut up just on the basis of them opening their mouth alone. And so it speaks to the maturity of this team. It speaks to as well, when I talked to last year about the vets driving this young roster to the Super Bowl. And by that, I mean that they've sort of had this epiphany and recognition within their career of, my career's winding down. I have a great career. I'm still a very good player. We all want greatness. We all want to go get to this championship. A lot of us have been in places that we haven't won. DeMarcus Lawrence, Leonard Williams, Love. And we're done with that. And we know what it takes to go and be a winner. And there's a sacrifice that has to be made. And there's got to be a buy-in of spirit that has to be at play every single day for this to accomplish. It can't just be simply, I got to go out there and I'll get my stuff done. Okay. You guys get your stuff done. I'll get my stuff done. We'll get the stuff done. No, it's got to be, you get the stuff done and more. It's a great speech. I got to go back and get it at some point. I know that Saul basically probably took it from Mike Carroll or some other people and has gone through the various iterations through the years, but it's just about the type of players that exist in the NFL. The guys that just are there to check in and check out. The guys that'll do a little bit more than somebody else. The guys that'll be in search of greatness and will strive to do all they can to maximize that and be the utmost. But then the guys that even go beyond that. The guys that'll do all of that other stuff. Put in all that work. Put in all that extra work. But they'll also look at that guy next to him and say, I'm going to bring you with me. I have a lot of teams, a lot of great players that'll put in that extra work, that'll strive for that greatness. Well, what happens when I can get that extra factor of, though, I'm taking you with me too? And that's the true leadership. That's the true full buy-in. And that's the full thing that it takes to get to a championship. You're not going to just do it with great players. It's got to have that interconnectedness. It's the part of why I always say to this, that there's no fluke involved with this, because it takes so much of the fibers to interconnect on these teams for championship success to happen. That you have all of the elements in play. You've created all of the talent structure in play and all of the ability and the great scheme and the great coaching, and yet you just can't get the connection of the team itself to finally lock in that final part. Yeah, I think it's a little thing, but it's a big thing on that there, isn't it, Mick? How you doing, Mace? Go Breeze. Brando, did you watch Big Cat video diving with some YouTuber up in North Washington here in Canada? So happy to have him on our team. He's a good dude. I did see a little bit of that. Yeah. cool that he's got a channel rolling out there. I reached out to Big Cat too. I said, if you want to come on the show and we'll promote out his YouTube channel a little bit. Give him a little bit, but he's doing good over there. Martin Brendo, I totally get why Walker took the money. He'd already got a Super Bowl win, and running back ones take the most consistent physical punishment and have the shortest NFL career. I'd say thanks for the Super Bowl. Yeah, me too. Brian Hawks Nest, I'd submit that the folks overlooking the Hawks this time around is based strictly on losing Kubiak and K9, which is shallow analysis, but we've seen it before. I think you're on it. And there's not much else other than that you can really point to. And it's kind of like that they're clutching for something to grab, like a man sliding down a cliff's edge, and he goes and grabs a little bit of a branch that can kind of hold him from falling down, and that's how I feel with this. But I think you're right. I think it's kind of those only two things that they have they can kind of glom onto. And it's silly. It's just it in itself reasons for why we're going to fall, right? If there were some other things contributing beyond this stuff, that might be something to it. But when that's all you've got, like you say, it's kind of a shallow analysis. It's well said. I agree. Wasn't Zabel the first offensive lineman since Zach Martin to get first place offensive rookie of the year voting? I don't know. Let me see. Two, not one CD. He got 2 first place votes. Very cool. No, definitely not another Waldron. He's not going to come in here and learn at the feet of an offensive mastermind only to just start trying to run his own thing. New Lags, if Kyler can't succeed with the Vikings, dude's forever backup or should be out of the league. Jefferson, Addison, Jennings, and Hawkinson. And not a bad offensive line I'd add on top of that, New Blacks. It's pretty competent offensive line. KOC can coach offenses, and we'll see. O'Connell's got a tough thing here, because he knows the guy they drafted ain't going to work. This other guy can be overall better in that he's going to at least give them, the ability to do the off script stuff. And that's going to have a certain value to it, but it's also chaos and randomness, and it's not sustained play, and it's not consistently, and it's not working off of how you draw it up on a blackboard. It is still very randomized. But it just comes back to the thing that Russell did, for instance, is little things, very little itty bitty things. So, for instance, Russ didn't throw passes blind. When you're a smaller quarterback, you got to throw passes blind. Brock Purdy talked about this last year. There's a lot of throws where I've got to throw to a spot and hope my guy's going to get there. What happens if something happens after the ball leaves, that you're not seeing, that the guy's jumping the route? Oh, too bad. I guess I get picked. Well, Russ and Carroll, and the team was very opposed to turnovers that time, said, okay, we're not going to do that. So, Carroll told Russ, or Russ just determined, I'm going to see it, and then I will let it fly. And now that can sometimes depress a little bit of your ability to be more productive passing, but it's going to limit the interceptions. And there was certainly a big preference upon not having Russ throw to the middle of the football field, which is where the blindest throws are found, right? That was the thing with our offense, is that we would live on the outside of the numbers and up the field. So, you combine it with facts like that. It's Russ. If you go back and watch the old tapes of Russ in shotgun, Russ is aligned about 1.5 yards, 2 yards deeper in shotgun than your average quarterback. You take a look at Tom Brady in shotgun and then take a look at Russell Wilson in shotgun, you're going to see 2 different points of staging for where they're in shotgun. And Russell got back a couple yards so he could see a little bit more down the line. He could see over the treetops a little bit better. But these are the things you have to start to do with a shorter quarterback to accommodate the shorter quarterback. And now that's not a problem if you have an offense that's working off script and it's going to be a little bit more mobile based and you're going to have the guy running around a lot back there. But if it's one that's got to work on time and back foot, let it rip, gets a little bit tougher at that point. We'll see with Kyler. I have not understood the fit there with Minnesota. They got a lot of talent to throw to on the outside, but look, he's had wide receiver talent to throw to with Arizona too. And it didn't bring out necessarily good success in itself. Mason, I think the big Seahawks story next season will be the Seahawks offense destroying defenses. Let's go. And Catalyst, we mainly just covered with Zabel that I think there's some huge upside to this kid. Definitely dive into the opening part of the show for sure, but I think this kid's got an all-pro future, man. Seahawks fan 1, you think we could trade the Hall to move up for one of those edges in the draft? If so, which one fits Mike's scheme the most? You're speaking my language here, Seahawks fan 1. So I've been going through this. You guys are all so very smart in the chat on this stuff. That's what I dig about you guys, is that you're thinking so much in alignment of me, even on things I haven't necessarily mentioned a lot about. We go through the process of like, what if you are a team that's just that good? What if you are a team that's just naturally that improved? What if you are a team that's not as much in requirement of adding more onto what you've got to go get another championship? What if you could stand pat? What if you weren't impelled? What if you go get another championship and get to the end of the season with the 12 draft picks? What if maybe you only have 11 of them? Still would have a stacked roster. Still would have most of your starters on both sides of the ball. Still would have most of your depth returning into next year. The thought that has stuck in my mind as I start to look at this draft class, to your point, Seahawks fan 1, that starts to really gain steam, and I'm starting to really get kind of caught up on, is the thought process of the trade up in the round 1. That we do our Julio Jones equivalent. It's the one that I always go back to because I think it was one of the best time places for a team to jump like the Falcons jumped at that time in the trade to go get a player like Julio Jones. I always say you got to identify where you are as a team and then operate appropriately. And if you're walking into a draft with 12 picks, the pathway is not to, as a Super Bowl potential roster, is to run with all those picks. It's to trade up in the draft and to target and see if you can go get, as it's looking right now, like we might have 8 or 9 blue chip players in next year's draft. If I can go up and get one of those guys, take advantage of this just assembly of draft picks we have to go do it, I'm very, very on board with the potential of doing it. I mean, the 2 edge guys and Colin Simmons and Dylan Stewart are fantastic players. And I certainly think that if they fit the form of what they're likely to do this upcoming year, Seahawks fan 1, I certainly think they could fit to that testament of being guys that you would look at being willing to jump in that way, in that manner for those kind of players. But I mean, a Leonard Moore could as easily be that kind of guy, an outside corner in Notre Dame, where I know that Job's on a 3-year deal, but you're like, hey, well, we're going to go up and we're going to get another lockdown corner. And now we can run a lot of man-based cover concepts on the outside, and we can start, increasing maybe as you're trying to go through evolutions of the defense at that point, a little bit more blitzing, a little bit more pressure-based, a little more simulated pressures. And so bringing a guy like Leonard Moore, for instance, as an outside corner blue chip player, I think that could be kind of cool, Seahawks fan 1, But you're thinking in alignment of where I'm kind of at on this, which is that the thought process, if we get to through the season and we're sitting on those 12 picks or 11 picks, package and move up. Package and move up. And if it's not a package or move up, then a package and then find a player at that point that's available on the market that wasn't available this offseason that can be a difference maker for you. Go find a difference maker within the assembly of those picks. It doesn't have to be you have to use all those picks to go and get it. It just means that you're not going to need all of those picks for your roster, even in a very strong draft. But one other guy to look at who might be an option is watching him last night, and I just love how the kid plays. And I couldn't quite put the same blue chip grade on him that I have on Colin Simmons, Dylan Stewart, but he could elevate it. He could press through. I think he's a top 15 pick right now, and that's Clev Lubin. And I think Clev Lubin to me is Clay Matthews. I see so much of Clay in his game. A guy that's good against the run, good against the pass. He's got knives for hands. He's just going to cut you apart when you try to put your hands on him. He actually has some quickness and bend. He's got some burst quickness to him. He's absolutely instinctual and smart as hell. One probably is going to be the best spot dropper in space in the entire draft next year. I mean, he's a coverage demon. He's got instincts in zone as an edge. Not an ounce of fat on the guy, just cut out of iron. The rare edge that can be both give you the quickness and dip and bend, but then also has the power counter to his game too. Seahawk fan 1. And then that might be the guy that's kind of the third edge to go. So he becomes a little diminished by the brightness of the sparkling lights of Colin Simmons and Dylan Stewart. But Clev is good. Banger says, can say the same thing about the Rams defense. Hawks offense destroyed them. That's a good point. Charlie, Brando, how many roster cuts will the Vikings poach from Seattle? Over 5? Yes. By the end of the year, over 5, 100%, Charlie. And we know the poaching's coming no matter what, but he's going to be leading the charge on that one. Vinny, Brando, what's the honest expectation for the season? And if they are one and done in the playoffs, is that a disappointment? Expectations for this year is a team that should be able to once again contend and should be in the mix at the end, and be in a position to go and get be there to go get a championship. The NFL's 100 years old, Vinny, something like that. There's been 9 repeat champions. So it's a very hard thing to be done. It's not something that's, as a rule of thumb, or that tends to happen. The tendency probably would be that it takes so much to make that championship happen that you lose a little bit of gas the next year a bit. Now, with that said, I don't think that that's going to be the case with this team, and that's not my expectation. Just that I think that you've got to build a little bit of understanding within what happened the prior year into the next year. You can't just merely go like, these guys all come back like they had a full off season. Like, no, they had a shortened off season. No, they had to have their bodies beaten along into the year to go and get the championship. And, you're going to see it with the Patriot team, I guarantee you, Vinny, where they're not going to look like they did last year. They're going to look at times a little bit broken down from what they did in the prior year, because there's a cost to getting to the top of that mountain. Now, is the expectation that you should be better than one and done? It is. If you are one and done, is that just purely a disappointment because you were just one and done? Not necessarily. What if Vinny injuries came up and were a big driving force to that one and done? And as I said, it's then understandable that some of those injuries might come up because you played a longer year the prior year. I'm not going to be as beaten up by that at that point. I'm going to kind of go, well, like, that's going to happen in football. That's the nature of this sport. And every team's going to deal with it. Sometimes your number is up, and sometimes there's nothing you can do about that. But if it's that you're healthy and then you have the one and done, if it's that everybody's good to go and you're at your full strength and then you do fall short in that way, well, then it would be a bit of a disappointment then. Yeah. I don't know if it means then that you have to feel like you have to do something major at that point, though, that there has to be some huge shift. I think that's the wrong way to go about it necessarily. You take your assessment and try to, work around that to find the fixes where you can. Do you think that our wide receiver core is underrated, Brandon? I think overall we're getting rid of some quality receivers because people like Cody White will be definite backups on most teams. Yeah. This kind of goes back to a little bit of the discussion that we had in the roundtable, where I think that when people tend to have the positional group breakdown, it all tends to go to starters, and people don't like to quantify in the depth. And then it becomes a little bit arbitrary person to person by how your measurement standard is in place for where you determine a positional grouping to have strength or not. To me, the depth does factor in, because you're going to call upon the depth because there's different receivers. They're going to have different skills within the context of your offense. Guys that might be better run blockers than the pass catchers, the guys that can take the top off to keep the defenses honest, or at least if you're going to swing double teams the way this guy can take the top off. And now you got to be careful about swinging your double teams like a Rashid Shaheed. To how all of the parts interlace. You got your star, you've got your big play guy in Shaheed who can do a little bit of everything. You got your Cooper Kupp, your third and Kupp, your guy that's just going to be the guy that move the chains when you need, can still give you some yards after the catch from time to time. Torrey Horton is kind of that X factor guy that could be the really talented guy that could really develop into something. So it's, you go 1 through 5. I don't think that there's a stronger 1 through 5 in the sport, but I think that most average NFL fans are going to go in their assessment of the receiver core is going to be 1 through 3, and they're going to stop there, which I'm not angry at that way either. I get that that's kind of the common way of looking at it too. This is the tough part about, trying to quantify that stuff is it's like, it's all in the eyes of the beholder. Megan Hawk's Nest, depth matters. We have it. Rams don't. In your opinion, is our depth the difference between us going back to back or the Rams winning it all? Yeah, I think that it is. I think that if we find that the Rams won, I think that we're going to be saying, wow, it was startling at how well their depth held up. Wow, they were really able to stuff a camel through the eye of the needle when it comes to the health. I think that's what we're going to be saying. Like Stafford got another 17 games in him, Megan. I think that as well. When we come down to why they fell short, yeah, I think that if the Rams fall short, I think the two things that'll be easily the things that we're going to go to are, if not the health, are going to be special teams and depth, and that those are the two things that end up being centerpiece reasons. If in both of the two matchups between the Seahawks and the Rams, special teams was just even between the two teams. Just simply 50-50. Not that the Rams were significantly better and not that Seattle was significantly better, but they were just 50-50. If it was just that, the Rams probably win both two games. And we all talk about the Shaheed, punt return for a touchdown in the second game, but there's also a Rams missed kick in that game too. There's also all those times in the game where on kickoffs, you've got the Rams scared to kick off to Shaheed, us willing to kick off to their kickoff returner and then stop them at the 18-yard line, making their offense steal from a long field. It's all of that collectiveness that you throw into the special teams, bundle. But yeah, I do think that if we come down to it one way or the other, that's the way that works on either spectrum. You win it, you're going to be winning because you're like, man, our health was just amazing. One of the best health situations in the NFL in 2026. You lose it, and it's probably going to be those other two factors you're staring at, shaking your head. If not the health thing, which kind of is part of the depth thing. Mick says, did they say anything about Josh Jones? I remember hearing McDonald wasn't impressed with him during camp. That's why they signed Bobby Hart. He wasn't in shape. McDonald comes from Harbaugh background here. Harbaugh has a famous conditioning test that you have to pass before you can get on the football field. And if you don't pass the conditioning test, you don't get on the field. And it's looked at as, have you been doing the work? It's essentially a conditioning test is make sure that you've done the work off the field you're supposed to be doing and you're not out of shape. And so him pointing a spotlight to Josh on this is, and on top of signing Bobby Hart, is a bit of an indication of you're kind of the only guy in here coming in here not doing what you're supposed to do. Brando, did Josh Jones have to rehab after the season or was it over? Perhaps didn't do the rehab. I don't know if it's the rehab or just didn't do the work or just wasn't in shape. But, Mike's not a guy that puts a lot of guys on blast. So I think the fact that he did with him probably shows that it was something where you should have been in shape at this point. It wasn't you. I was just rehabbing all off season. I couldn't lift because my knee, I couldn't run because my knee, that's why I'm fat. I don't think they're buying that. New Blacks, Hutchinson might be our last first round guard. He was 17th in 2001. That's right. And yes, it is. I'm tapping my brain cells on this one to make sure. There it comes. This guy. Yep. That's right. Ricky A. Brando, does Zabel remind you of Steve Hutchinson? I never thought we'd see another guard like him, but Zabel has that same intensity. The fact that he's showing as a rookie makes it even more impressive. I think that there's some power elements to their game, just pure country strong strength that is equivalent between the two. I think, Hutch was probably a little bit more of a run blocker, road grader. That was the centerpiece of his game. Zabel is going to be a little bit more of a dancing bear. But the physicality, the finish, as you mentioned, the intensity, there's going to be some overlapping elements between the two of them for sure. And, Hutch, of course, gave the stamp of approval on Zabel as kind of the Seahawks in-house kind of expert on that a little bit. If Eddie was who I first thought, but he might have been an OT. Yeah, he was a tackle out of Texas A&M, and we kept him at tackle. He eventually transitioned to guard when he went to the Bears after he left Seattle. But that was his first indoctrination. When's part 4B? Yeah. So here's the thing on that. Your boy here has been having some health issues this month that have been cropping up from just a couple of things just popping up. I've had to kind of deal with it. I've not been able to put the time in. The other thing with this 2HHG is the Clint Kubiak series, kind of doing that series is that if I do it, the views have got to be there on these kind of special projects for the channels. Like if I'm going to like have to put 60 hours or 65 hours into a video, then I got to see the viewership. You know what I mean? All 3 Kubiak videos did not do particularly great. They were well liked. The like ratio is like 99.5% or something. So like everybody watched them, loved them, but nobody was really watching them comparatively speaking to the rest of the content on the channel. So it's just, I'm not going to do part 4 at this point. We're not going to get the viewership on it. It just doesn't make sense to put that kind of time into this if we're not kind of getting the return back. It's unfortunate, and I thought that it would do a lot better than it's done, but it's been not quite getting the resonance that I wanted with it. And if I got to do this last episode, it's going to take so much work and time that I'd like there to be the returns if I'm going to put the work into it. You know what I mean? New Blacks aren't 4 of the 5 Rams offensive line in the last year of their deal. That's right. I think it's McClendon. Avilia's at the end of his rookie year deal after this year. That's right. And then I believe you've got that right. False start of Fetty. Charlie Unicorn Brando, how is Ayuk saga going to play out with the Niners? I think it's by July 1st he gets released. That was the whole, there was the whole thing that they're holding out on, that they could try to get a trade in place by July 1st / punish him, as they've kind of been doing on this. But I think by that point, then that's when they kick him free. So, but I don't know. Niners have been pretty petty about this whole thing. So who's to say that they don't just continue? They got plenty of cap space, so they don't have to feel like they got to do something. Seahawks fan won the Hawks Nest. After that second Rams game, McDonald said the defense sucked because they tried to evolve the defense or something. Thoughts? Look it up if you don't know what I'm talking about. That's a lot of the year last year was Mike walking into the season in his second year thinking, okay, here's the second layer of my defense. We're going to add extra complication, more simulated fronts, more stacked boxes, more blitzing. And Mike entered in with that thought process of this is going to be what I'm going to do. And what he then came to find is that his front 4 was getting the job done on their own, and that they were generating pressure without the need to have to stack up and to take the risks on the back end. And it helped to allow your defense to be one of the defenses of the league that gave up some of the fewest big plays down the field in the passing attack that you'll find, because you ran front 4 time and time again. You had a lot of success in the first Rams game with a lot of blitzing and taking advantage of the Rams from under center play action. So if you go back and watch a lot of the cut-ups from that game, Stafford's going under play action. He fakes it. He flips his back around. And instead of having a defense that's fully bought into taking on the run game, he's got a defender that's bearing right down in his face as he turns around and literally has to dirt it up, throw it away, just doesn't have the opening he thinks he's going to have. There was an adjustment for the Rams into the second game, more of a commitment to running the ball in the first 2 quarters especially. But then there was also the adjustment from Mike in that game where he was trying to do a lot of stacked boxes, a lot of simulated pressures. He was trying to do a lot more of confusing of Stafford, and the Rams were essentially seeing it. And Stafford was finding the adjustments and finding the places to hit off the anticipated blitzes. Then you got into the second half where Mike came back down to going back to what they had done throughout the year, which is now the 4-man fronts, and let's drop the 7 in coverage, and let's be complicated on the back end with the coverages we drop, and run our games up front with the stunts and the twists and the loops. And then you got like 4 straight stops on the back of that. So it was kind of that's that tete-a-tete that was kind of going on. And then you got into overtime, and then they were able to come back and hit you with some over routes there with Puka Nacua, especially, that you got caught with your pants down on, essentially. You just blew the coverages. But I think Mike's got this pull, and I understand. I love the pull in him that, I've got the background here with the DNA of this defense goes to Buddy Ryan. The DNA of this defense goes down to we're sending hell at you. We ain't going to send a front four. We're going to make it look like we're sending everybody at you. And then we're going to drop this guy out and we're going to send this guy and this guy's going to go over here and this guy's going to, and you kind of got with Mike, a guy that's sort of inherited an embarrassment of riches with his front four. Certainly something that Carroll's got to be sitting over there just like, why couldn't I get that? Where it's just guys that can get the job done on their own. It's the greatest thing for a defensive coordinator to have. But you also have this guy in Mike who's kind of like, he's got, the big brain to be able to dial up a variety of different complicated stuff. And he's kind of, has to kind of fight that a little bit with this team and this roster at times. New Blacks, let Ty Simpson start against us next year and see how McVay figured it out. Oh. Doom, have the Rams done anything about their biggest weakness, special teams? No. It's literally trodden out the very same thing they tried out last year. They haven't even tried to do like a half step. They haven't even done a half margin, a half measure. They haven't even done the diet calorie cola of upgrades for the special teams unit. They have done literally zero. Bumpkus. Like the guy last year, Doom, that dropped the conference championship punt, whose hands were shaking, who looked like he'd never caught a punt in his life. If a game was tomorrow, right now, Xavier Smith would be your starting punt returner for the Los Angeles Rams. It's still a little bit dodgy. Seahawks Daddy, how you doing, man? One was an addition by subtraction. Exactly, Longless. This like in New Blacks mentioned this below. It's like he basically single-handedly lost the Niners game. I mean, like you had that game probably handled, and then he gives up the bomb to Ricky Pearsall over the top where he stops running mid play. He just decides to take it into jog mode for whatever reason. And then he gets out jumped to the ball by the backup tight end for the Niners at the end of the game in the end zone, like 2 plays later. That's the thing with Woolen. It's like it wasn't all bad, but the bad that existed in his game did a lot to neutralize the good. And it collectively makes it to where if you're trying to replace that on the team, it's not a substantial amount to replace then, The Eagles think they got to steal in one. Going to need popcorn this season watching that team. Yeah, it's kind of weird energy with the Eagles. Bringing Woolen in there would not have been the spot where I would expect him to go. They don't seem to be totally sold on Jalen Carter. Seems to be kind of an open secret at this point that they're almost kind of tacitly shopping him across the league so that they can then go make some move for maybe Crosby. I get a weird vibe off the Eagles. Their whole offseason has been strange. Not that they're bad. It's just been weird. Yeah, Jack, just like you say, so they have Ram fans in my mentions saying I'm delusional that Seattle is the biggest threat in the division. We just won the Super Bowl. Holy hell, people are stupid. They say we lost 4 starters, laughing out loud. It's where they go to. And that's where it's like, you go, that's why we got to unpack, rather than just going 4 starters, going, hold on, wait a second here. One of these starters had his backup playing 700 snaps this year and starting multiple games over the top of him in Tayakata. Another guy in Woolen had his job basically taken away and the snaps taken away and was only out there if there was injury, where Job was going to be starting over the top of him. But they're starters, kind of, right? I mean, a large part of the year, Walker was sharing carries with Charbonnet. It's where it's like, that's the thing I go to always saying, don't go to simplistic when looking at football. Don't just try to draw down to we all want to go to it. We all have an inherent drive to get down to the simplistic and what's just the easiest explanation for the situation. But sometimes things require a little bit more of let's get into the depth of it a bit and really unpack it for what it is. And that's when you do that with those 4 quote unquote lost players, you understand that it's very minimal losses to players to positions that are devalued. The 4th corner on my roster, running back, safety. These are not the prime positions of the NFL. Certainly positions you want good. Certainly don't want to lose losses there, but it's also ones that you can work around. That's part of why they've been devalued. New lags Rams Achilles heel as Stafford last in 20 weeks. Yeah, they did a good job. And I think it is something to note with Stafford and the health, and that's a true concern here for a guy his age with how long he's played and some of the injury history he has. The Rams can mitigate some of this, and they've set things up offensively to be able to mitigate some of this by their commitment to running the ball, by their ability to run the ball. If they can get up on teams to then really die into it, that's the place to me. If I'm McVay and I'm trying to be in his ear as an advisor this offseason, it's that you always have that penchant to draw back to throwing the ball. The Rams last year were like top 6 in passing attempts. Seattle was 29th. There's like one game record difference between these two teams on the win-loss record. Why is there such a big difference in the number of passing attempts? If theoretically both of the two teams are playing from ahead a large amount of the time, it goes to show you that there's a little bit of the penchant and pull within McVay to utilize this great strength he has to the utmost, which everyone can understand. But at the same point in time, you've got to protect it a little bit too. And that's the other part. That's the third rung of this Achilles heel I'd point to, is that though they have set it up on paper, though they at times will be committed to it, there is even Ram fans that will tell you that McVay will have that pull, like a lot of great offensive minds will at times, to get back to becoming too pass happy and putting too much on his quarterback's shoulders. Not that Stafford can't do it, but that just takes that one bad hit. And if you can minimize those bad hits down, if you can take them from top 6 to top 20 and still get the record where it is, now you've got him more fresher at the end of the year. Now you've protected him from those hits. Now you have a chance to have him at his best when you need him most. But they can get a little weird with that. Charlie, Ayuk can't show up to the 49ers facility. He faces arrest for racing, speeding over 120 and posted. Mays, what did Ayuk do in San Francisco? I'm slow to get the news. It all comes down to the rehab work. He rehabbed away from the facilities. They didn't want him to do that. So they took away his bonus money and they dinged him on his contract significantly. So he said, get screwed. I'm not coming back here. Then it turned into this whole drama situation from there that's gone round and round we go. I think the interesting part of this from San Francisco's perspective is that they've let certain other players that have had this injury rehab outside the facilities before, McCaffrey and Kittle. So kind of strange that they weren't allowing Brandon to do it. But there just seems a lot of animosity in that situation. The contract negotiations a couple of years ago were not smooth. They threatened to trade him. They seemed to have a trade in place. Then they pulled it off at the last second. It's just been a lot of real needless drama. It's hard enough to build a team, and a great team at that. Doing so with this kind of situation percolating around the edges is not good. Even with all the additions the Rams have made, says Jordan, it still hinges on Stafford still being elite. Very true.
Kendrick says, hey, B, I saw a rumor that Jalen Carter's being shopped and that one of the teams who inquired was the Hawks. If true, do you think JS is thinking that Big Cat will be retiring soon? Would you be in favor? I think the indications have seemingly been based off of just the subtleties I've heard in the background that the Big Cat's going to get an extension. I think that there's probably more of an anticipation here, Kendricks, that Jaron Reed might be retiring soon. I think that the hope would be from John Schneider's perspective on this, that you could package together a bounty of picks for Howie Roseman, who we can already see is starting to get kind of bright eyes. If you look at this from what Roseman's sort of setting the stage for, absent the Eagles really going on a run this year, you're probably going to see the Eagles backtrack a little bit, fall short just a little bit, and then start to get on that line to like, okay, now how do we turn this around? And the turnaround that needs to happen with the Eagles, of course, is going to be significant because of all the void year money stuff that they have to go and cross soon. One of the ways to start to get ahead of that is start to stack up your picks. So they already have a future first round pick in 2028 for the A.J. Brown trade. Now could you get a multitude of picks for this draft by moving a guy like Carter? You could. I think at that point they might try to do something like that and go make a run at a guy like Crosby with those picks. And then Seattle would be hoping from their perspective that you could bring in Carter and that you could have a good amount of the substantial value of the trade be where you like Riley Mills and a second rounder and a third rounder. You know, Kendricks, where like you're able to kind of, rather than really owning up a first round pick, you can kind of cobble it together a little bit and not feel like you're giving up as much to make that happen. But this is more about, to me, John, just being proactive and being in on every deal. I would tend to think that the Eagles would be better able to maximize the Carter returns from a team that's not trying to kind of, get a little bit of a depressed prices thing going on. The one hard part for the Eagles is that whoever's trading for him is looking at having to decide whether to decide him to an extension or not soon. And so that does make it hard for them to max them out the returns here, as well as you kind of wonder from a standpoint of a team moving for Carter, especially a guy that's had character concerns in the background. Character concerns, hasn't really developed as a run defender in this league, still is kind of a one-trick pass rush pony. And then you have the team willing to move him here rather than sign him to an extension. There seems some warning signs here just a little bit on this one too. But if you can get him for cheap. Mays, which quarterback's more likely to get injured, miss games? Darnold or Stafford? Stafford. That's easy. W3, hey, Brando, anyone from the UFL you think could come in as a player? I don't know too much on the UFL, guys. I'm sorry, my man. I've been in the heart of just getting prepped up for the new year and working on some other stuff project-wise, so I haven't had a chance to really check out much on the UFL. But probably not. It's just too deep of a roster. If a UFL guy's going to go out W3, it's going to be probably to a team that's more of going to be a team that's in a rebuild mode, has more roster space. Hey, Guru, Brando, question. If you could sit down and interview any Seahawks player or staff member, who would you choose? Can pick only one. Schneider. I would love to talk with Schneider. There's so much that you have that you could mine in to ask and want to discuss with him. I could take multiple days with John. I'd have a lot of unrealistic questions for him. That'd be a huge get. Baker says, did Kevin O'Connell want JJ or was he a nepo pick of the GM? I mean, it's hard not to pass it off to the GM with the way that they sent that guy out on a rail last year when the decision did not go in their favor, Banker, right? Like that spoke to an owner being very, like even the Falcons haven't sent the guy that drafted Michael Penix out that fast, and he gave up a future first round pick, right? So I think it was probably the GM that pushed that along and then made that happen. If I was to guess, I don't think that was O'Connell. I think O'Connell would have told him that the politics aside from that kind of decision, as there always is politics that are inherently there. How's this bloke back going to look if we do this? How's this going to look if we do that? I think O'Connell would have just said, just pay Sam. If Sam's our guy. Sam's the right guy. Just pay him. But that's where sometimes coaches don't sometimes maybe have enough of a voice as they should. And the GM maybe has too much of a voice. Especially when it comes to a GM wanting to make sure that his decision was made right, Banker? Because you're the GM. You draft JJ. JJ's not ready to go. JJ's injured. You go to Sam. Sam outperforms him. Well, you sign Sam to an extension, and theoretically you found a diamond in the rough in Sam, and he's your quarterback now. But then you also kind of got the thing wrong because JJ's now not worth anything. You can't turn around and trade him for anything. What, are you going to get a 4th round pick maybe back in return at best? So that's where the sunk cost places where maybe this is what separates good GM from the bad, is to be able to own your mistakes a little bit and pivot quickly when you realize it. I've had it with ex-jocks in the booth. They talk too much. I was a man that talks a lot. It's hard for me to. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, will Zabel also improve his choice of beer? Dogzilla, you know how those Midwestern boys are. They got their staples, man, for beer. It's part of what gives them that country strength. It's the extra hops. We got all these fancy beers out here in Seattle, man. Maybe they're onto something with keeping it simple. Where's Pumpkin? Pumpkin's chilling. What's up, Dean Nugget? Charlie Unicorn Brando, who's the first head coach to get fired in 2026? Anyone before 8 games into the season? Good question. No, I don't. I don't think anybody's going to be fired in season. You had like 9 new jobs turned over this offseason, which I think in itself is probably going to reduce down the amount of firings you get next offseason. But I don't think anybody in season is going to be fired. I do think that once you get through the end of the season, we're definitely think our guy out in Cincinnati is going to be a little bit on a tough. I think he's kind of likely to be. If not him, you got the Jets. They definitely would be a team that you could see with their head coaching situation. That could be the one that go to. One of those two would probably be the first 2 that I would say out the gate. There's a lot of though that I don't think are really. Nobody in this division. No New Orleans. Atlanta just changed coaches. Tampa Bay, maybe if they really fall short of expectations. But yeah, I think that Tampa Bay, if they don't make the playoffs, will have their guy fired too. So that would be the third one, but they've got to not make the playoffs. Aside from that, though, the NFC is pretty clear. Quinn, maybe. But I'll go with those other 2 guys. Breno Giacomini was better than Affetti. That's right. Have a going, Dogzilla. Yeah, I wanted Davilli when he came out too. He was nice. Good player. They're going to have to pay him a lot. Brandon showed me a couple times you would be an elite tier drinking buddy. I get too old to drink, man. I can't hold up anymore. I can't stand. I can't hang. King Vegeta, does anybody actually believe the Rams will have all their starters come Christmas? I don't think so. No, I don't. That's where we come back to that depth, where I think this depth thing is a real thing. And the fact that you play them twice at the end of the year is just going to make it that brighter on display. The fact that it's going to raise its ugly head at that point. I think you're on it, King. And when you have two teams that are so closely together on each other, they're so running side by side on this great race, having a little bit of that weakness at the end in such a way can be the differentiating factor between the two. Yeah, Carter doesn't feel culturally fit here, does he, Brian? I mean, it's just, it doesn't, if it ain't going to work in Philly where you were given the ultimate landing spot to be a success, to turn into a good pro, to overcome the speculation and worry about your character concerns coming out of Georgia, it's kind of like, I don't know where it is going to work. I don't know how that doesn't do anything but trend downwards in any other place you go to. There's more of the fact Philadelphia is willing to move this guy at this point. There's more of a feeling here from my standpoint of warning, warning, warning. We've got some confirmation about some of our worst fears with this guy coming out just a little bit. Not that he isn't a good player or effective, but just that, the reputation of Jalen Carter as a player versus what you get from him actually on the field is a little bit different, number one. And number two, big part of our program, to your point, Brian, is about the buy-in and being all about ball. And it just takes a couple guys in the locker room that are just like, I'm on my own time. I'm doing my own thing. That can disrupt things. King says, I'm curious how our running backs have experience with running behind a fullback. I feel like we'll be doing that a lot this year. They don't have a lot of it, King, to your point, because there's not a lot of teams doing it. But the one thing that is true about every running back to a man, whether they've done a lot of running behind a fullback or very little of running behind a fullback. If you ask any running back whether or not they tend to want to have a fullback in front of them, the answer you're going to get by and large is going to be yes. Hell yes. It is a helping factor. So definitely got to learn how to do it if you haven't done it. There's a art form to it to a degree, but they love having that little Secret Service member out in front of them taking the bullets. Denver signed Hakeem Butler. The old big receiver, man. We're going to have a couple of those guys in this draft. You got the Deuce kid out there at Florida State. Nick Harbor. There's going to be some big ones. Can the big 6'7" receiver become a thing? I don't know. I don't think so. We'll see, though. New Blacks KOC wanted Drake May, but Pats didn't want their trade-up offer. Yeah. GM didn't give enough, man. It's where if you got a head coach who's got the true compunction for a quarterback where he's like, I want this guy. I want, give up what you got to give up to go get him if there's a team willing to trade. Especially when you have an offensive-minded head coach that knows what he's looking for, New Blacks. William Tarkowski, thank you for the $2 donation. Are they still paying Big Cat and Spoon? What's up? Yeah, I'm sure the negotiations are currently ongoing, William. Just going to seemingly take a little bit of time to kind of get them fully fleshed out a little bit, which, it's a little bit of the dead season right now, and guys are probably taking a little bit of time off here and there, but I'm sure they're being still worked upon. I'd expect both deals to get done right around training camp. Quest C was the scapegoat. Vikings ownership didn't want to re-sign Sam. I can see that. I get it. It is kind of telling when you fire the GM that fast that there's some kind of culpability there, and maybe it is just him as the scapegoat. I think the bottom line would just be that it's just, from my standpoint, a decision that was probably outside of KOC's purview for being able to say, Yeah, Ollie, I think we'll probably see this done within about a month with both deals. But the Spoon deal, it's a very complicated deal to put together with the 2 years remaining and knowing he wants to be paid at the top of the market. It's part of where GSN did really right by us by kind of taking the deal he took to make this a little more simplified. But this one's a little bit harder because of that. Yeah, Jets coach is probably getting fired. One thing that they might be able to do is that division's got some games in there where they might be able to win just a couple, and it takes to the end of the season for that to kind of go down. But it was sort of surprising that he was even given kind of another year this year. It was a rough year last year. Things just very little to kind of build off of, right? Last year, Banker. Yeah, Bengals coach is still there. I think Bengals, Jets, Bucks coaches are the three that have got to be watching their back. Steichen out there in Indianapolis, if they fall short of expectations, is probably going to be on that chopping block too. I haven't heard any update on the Geno case. I haven't followed too closely the line. King, Brando, do you think the national perspective has no idea Kubiak's play calling was severely corrected by McDonald a few weeks into the last season, or did they just forget? I think that sometimes people start out with a conclusion and then they work their rationale, logic, and reason to go backwards, rather than those things being the things that influence you to take you to the conclusion. You know, I'm just going to look at the data, and then the data takes me to the result. No, I'm going to start at the result, and then I'm going to make the data fit the result. So what I mean by this, King, is that I think that there's not everybody, but I think that there's a high confluence of both average fandom out there and the national perspective that is that Seattle flukishly went out and won a Super Bowl last year. Seattle just randomly had this Super Bowl win. It's this once in a lifetime thing that we saw. Okay, they start with that result. Now, how do I make that conclusion fit? Because if I have a team that's returning almost all of their starters on offense and defense, that has this great young coach, that has everything set up and well suited for them to continue that success, I don't have a lot of tangible things I can point to that make that a reality, right? So now I've got to start finding whatever little thing I can and then making that bigger, because I don't have many things to pick from. So when it comes to Kubiak and the loss of Kubiak and the impact of Kubiak, I got to overstate that because that's all I got. And I'm starting out from the result of, I think that last year was a fluke. Right. And that's what, it's just my opinion on this, but that's what I think is happening here, because there's no depth to it. It's just you lose Kubiak was great. It's look, literally the same people, and I even in the round table, then I'm having conversations in the round table with guys that are talking to me about Kubiak and how big a loss Kubiak's going to be, were the same people that were telling me at the start of the year that Kubiak's no major addition to your team. He's not helping you out that much this year. So which is it, right? And it's the same force that's driving the same approach and outlook of the situation. That same outlook of last year, not understanding what Kubiak was going to bring, is the same thing that leads them to now say Kubiak's going to be this major loss. And that's also why I would say, King Vega, that you could hear me and when you listen to me tell you that this is not going to be a great loss, I'm the mother effer that was right about this. I'm the guy last year that said, I know how good Kubiak is. I don't need to see him here with Seattle to know it. I don't need to wait for everybody else to come along to the opinion eventually and realize what it is. I knew it. But as well, I have the same kind of faith and confidence in this offense to do what they're going to do next year, because you're not bringing and onboarding on a new offense like you were last year. You didn't lose the whole staff, including one of the most important underrated parts to any offensive system is having a legitimate top-end offensive line coach. And that is what you have in Benton. Undeniably. And then you're also keeping the same offense. So while the guy's not called plays, he's set up for so much success. It's really going to be hard for him to fail, especially when it's not an offense that's derived from trying to throw the ball over the football field. When you tend to think of grade A passing offensive coordinators, you tend to think of them from the standpoint of what they do in calling the passing game. Mike Holmgren setting up the pass to then run into the third quarter after he's got you now just dealing with the pass and souped up for the pass, or Bill Walsh passes up the run, or Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan with their willingness to throw the ball around as they do, even though they'll have some willingness to run the ball as well. No, you hyper concentrate on running the ball. You can get angry at this or not. If I'm 29th in the NFL in passing attempts for an NFL season versus being top 5 or top 6 as the Rams are, there's a significant difference of difficulty for those offenses in getting that done. If I can just bash away at you in the run game and wear you down and break you down on that and pass it kind of a bare minimum, Less mistakes I'm going to make offensively, cleaner games. It's going to be easier on the offense as a whole to operate in that manner. But that's where this requires a little bit more than just, you lose guy, now you suck, which seems to be from some people's place. Somebody was saying earlier, it's kind of that shallow point of analysis when looking at this stuff. Brian says, I'll likely miss you and your streams the next couple of weeks. I tour the Canadian Rockies, but if I have Wi-Fi, I'll get in here. Sounds good, Brian. We'll be taking it easy the next couple of weeks, to be honest with you. I'm going to be chilling myself and just kind of working on some maybe short form content and still prepping up for the season ahead here. But we'll be kind of keeping it easy as well here on my side. Definitely can see Max staying and Ollie, the Raiders here for the season. It's really a possibility, I think, at this point. Jack Dong says Carter will fit Seattle. Waymo doesn't require him to drive. New Blacks, Jalen Carter also has shoulder issues all year. I'd love to see if that checks out or is an issue going forward. Eagles trying to get rid of broken parts here on us. Okay, New Blacks. Brian, FSU wide receiver is a stud. I like him, man. I do. And I've got you can see right here, Brian. I've currently got a second round grade on him here. You can see. So I'm definitely feeling Deuce Robinson, but he's really big. And I when I was studying him and looking at him and I was going back through, Brian on this and trying to like take a look at the track record here, there's Akeem Butler's like one of the guys. There's a couple of these guys that have come through the draft that are just big, long, just Rutgers seems to like produce. KJ Duff, I think, is out there at Rutgers. I think he's another one in this draft. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, KJ Duff, 6'6", 255, 225. There's a couple of these guys, Brian, and it's going to be one of the fun parts about this upcoming draft is trying to project these guys out with the lack of the track record of guys at 6'6", 6'7" at the wide receiver position having any kind of success. I mean, that's just take Florida State, Brian. Johnny Wilson came out a couple of years ago, same kind of situation where it's just like gigantic receiver, some good production in college, not great, but some good production. Can this work at the NFL level? So it may be the next, this may be the next, grand territory for the NFL to have to kind of find a way to accommodate, to find that guy that can be the freak show, the difference maker at that size. It's a fun part of this thing because the NFL is trying to find a way, I think, to use these guys. They just haven't found a fit up until this point. Just a little too long, a little bit too lack of change of direction. Baker, well, Brando, if you were covering the Rams, who do you expect to start week 1 at left tackle? I got Quinsonberry with a heavy dose of 13 personnel, hopefully. Yeah, no doubt about it. You're living in 13. It's 13 and 12 that whole game, Banker. There is no 3 wide receiver sets for the first few weeks without Alaric. It's chip and go. You know what I mean? It's chip and go. Chip and go. Jake's really hot on the whole Conklin thing, but I just returns have been kind of diminished there with him. And I think you're kind of on it where I think that what you really have to do, it's like you're kind of stuck at this time of year. And it's kind of the craptastic part about Alaric choosing this time of year. It's always say this is the time of year where the coaches, they're holding their freaking breath. And they're because the guys leave it their longest from the facilities. And this is when bad stuff happens. And now when bad stuff happens, it's not March. I don't have free agents I can go to. I don't have a bunch of teams I can go trade for. Everything's paper thin out there. What I've got is what I've got. So maybe you can get Conklin out of there, but I think that you speak to what I would kind of tell Jake on this too, which would be that you're going to be rocking Quinsonberry week 1. If he's suspended to this point, that's the way this is rolling. I mean, maybe you can work somebody out there, but the bottom line is that whatever you're putting out there is going to be a significant downgrade from what you had. And when you're talking about part of the few places that things can go wrong for the Rams this year, few places, not the many places, but part of the few places that things can go wrong for the Rams this year, quarterback health being one of them, this puts that into more of a precarious position in a major way because of that you can't almost do anything about. Now, can you chip and do that stuff? You can do that stuff, Banker, and that stuff, is actually not bad. That's not flippant to be like, well, that's just something that people say you can do, but that doesn't really work to have any kind of effectiveness. No, you can mitigate then some of the problems of that at that point. It does then mean, Banker, less 7-step drops. And it then has to mean, we come back to, again, some of the things with McVay, that McVay's a really smart coach, but the thing that you worry about with him is that the penchant to lean into passing too much early in the season, passing too much, don't have my left tackle, back up out there, passing too much. You can see here's the conditions we have now to create an injury situation for Stafford. I'm trying to get this dub on the road in Australia in week 1. Just run the ball, make this a little dirtied up early on in the season. Like it would be truly the way I would run it if I was covering the Rams, if I was recommending to what McVay needs to do early on in the season is you've got to stay committed this year, Sean, to running the ball, even when it's painful, even when you're just doing 3 yards in a cloud of dust, number 1. And number 2, you got to find a way to protect Stafford throughout this year, and that we cannot be top 6 in passing attempts again. Not for a team that's going to have 13 or 14 wins. That we've got to find a way to utilize this running game that we put so many resources in. We got the 2 running backs. We've got the offensive line. We got the 1,000 pounds of beef that we invested in a couple of years ago on the inside, in the B gaps. Let's go. Let's utilize this, So that'd be the way I would roll with it. But I don't think that there's going to be a guy in the market. It's just the market. Offensive line is too valuable, right? If there's a guy of any value out there on the market, he's been plucked up and grabbed. Nobody's going to be sitting out there that's like, especially left tackle, which is the most important position on the offensive line. Kendrick says, hey, B, did you see Marvin Harrison Sr.'s X post? I no longer recognize Marvin Harrison Jr. JSN's my true prodigal son. Just kidding. I got Mike with that one. Oh, no. I triggered Mike there with that one. That's pretty good. Bon, hello, Brandon. How far do you think the Hawks O-line is from the Broncos 97 to 98? I mean, it's from a talent standpoint, it's very close. I think that the thing that makes it just tough on this one is that so much of the offensive line for the Broncos was not necessarily about how much necessarily wholly talented the group was. There was talent, but it was as much about the undersized athletic offensive linemen moving in space and how that was catching defenses completely off guard, because everything across the league offensive line, I mean, everything at a 99% clip was bigger offensive linemen, beefier offensive linemen, the bigger, the better. And the Broncos completely ran the other direction with this from a tactical standpoint. And that was the driving part of that success. The talent was there, but it was the willingness to go for these really light offensive linemen that were going to run a very specialized type of technique that was also what people weren't running, like the cut blocks and stuff, LeBron. So you use these real mobile guys that could go get to a spot, and then they're just cutting the hell out of everybody. They're chopping everybody down like you were clear cutting a forest. And so it makes it a little tougher on this because we're not necessarily running some universally separate, different type of offensive scheme like that in that way that's so universally unique to us. And that's the big driving force of that Broncos offensive line. But in basic talent, yeah, I would say, sure. Sean Brando, has any of the Legion of Boom era Seahawks shuffled your GOAT Hawks? Has anyone dethroned Big Walt, Largent, or Kennedy? Well, I think that if you're doing the Mount Rushmore, Sean, I do think that you're putting Bobby in there. So I think it's Big Walt, Largent, Kennedy, and Bobby. That those are the four those are your 4 horsemen at this point. I think that it's pretty easy to go to those 4 and say that these are these are by far and away the four that should be there, and that you can try to make some arguments about other guys, but those are the guys that have hit all the markers of necessity to be up there on that Rushmore. But Bobby definitely has. I mean, Bobby's top probably 4 all time as an inside, top 4, top 3 all time for an inside linebacker in NFL history. So you got to give him his flowers, but nobody else other than that. There's the longevity factor tends to be the big inhibiting factor to the Legion of Boom getting more of that, and will probably be so when it comes to getting more Hall of Fame love down the line. Three guns deep. I think they're going to throw more this year. I think they're going more traditional West Coast. Very possible. It's going to be interesting to see how they might adjust this season in that way. I think a big part too of why probably, you were able to throw so infrequently last year. I had to do 3 guns deep with just how many games you were up in and dominating. I mean, you had the New Orleans Saints game basically over in like halfway into the second quarter or halfway into the first quarter. I think was over with. You were leaning on that lead. But wouldn't shock me. Wouldn't shock me. And they've got the pass receivers on the outside to do it if they do want to go that route. Yeah, lots of short passes. I could see it, especially off of play action. Coke and B, I was surprised when Brian Nemhauser and Jeff Simmons both didn't have Andre Fuller making the roster. Do you agree? Also, stream idea, 53-man roster projection. Great stream, as always, you da goat. I will try to get you guys out a 53-man roster projection. It's a great idea. I am kind of working on getting some of those shows put together. We're going to do a little bit of a training camp preview and a couple other items that I got on deck for you guys leading up to the season on this. But I think it's going to be tough for Fuller to make the roster. He is a guy picked pretty late in the draft that is coming to a roster that's really stacked up. And I think he could be a guy that eventually has to become more of a development piece, Koken, in that, a guy that maybe his safety is the best landing spot for him ultimately. And so he's going to need some time to develop into that place. The backup cornerback room is going to be as fierce a fight as we've seen in recent memory. You have Nehemiah Pritchett, Igbignogany, who's a former first round pick. You've got Neal in here, Fuller in here in that mix fighting it out. And you've only got a couple of mere spots in the roster to really be able to add to. So it's not like you're looking at 4 or 5 spots here. There's only a couple of guys that can kind of land and remain. And I think that even when it comes to making the safety, is he going to be better as a transitioning safety right now than a DeAnthony Bell? Probably not. So I think that they're probably onto it, and that it's probably likely at this point that he's going to end up on more of the practice squad than the active roster. But not because he isn't a good player, that he doesn't have a future with some long-term upside, but just that roster is so stacked and he might have to be making actually a positional change. You didn't miss nothing, Chris. Thank you, Coke. Appreciate you, man. Dolphin, Brando, my friend and I were debating the 2013 Hawks versus the 2025 Hawks. Who was the better return man, Shaheed or Percy? I lean towards Shaheed. And that gets tough. I think I would say that it's probably really close between the two. I think you could probably Dolphin make an argument for both of the two to be one over the other. So in Rashid Shaheed, you have a guy that's got 5 punt return and kick return touchdowns in the regular season in his career. Percy Arvin had 5 kick return touchdowns in his career. Shaheed was probably the better punt returner. Shaheed's probably the better punt returner. Percy was probably the better kick returner. But I would say that, like, if you wanted to say that Shaheed was the better guy on this, I'd be okay with it. you know, but it's probably like very neck and neck Dolphin on that. Very neck and neck. Both of them I will say that she did the 2 postseason touchdown returns in one off season. That's pretty, not just the one. I'm with you on it. You talked me into it, Dolphin. I'm going Shaheed. I'm going to go Shaheed on it. I think you're right on that. Shaheed by a nose. Shaheed by a beak. Sean McLeodart, where does Jeremiah Smith rank in receiver prospect history? As good as you'll see at the position. The best receiving prospect to come out since Jamar Chase, supersedes Jamar Chase's talent. Oh, what a good question. I've been thinking about this more and more with him, and I think he's Julio, but more, Sean. And so I guess I would probably say Calvin Johnson is probably the guy that we'd have to go back to as far as a freak show of talent that's just so complete and so hard to handle and deal with. And, you know, the thing with Jeremiah and what he's done is that, like, he's had competent quarterback play, but it's not like he's had some just amazing quarterback slinging him the rock. You know, Sayan's real accurate, but he's not got the biggest arm. And the guy before wasn't, you know, the best either on that. They're fine. They're functional, sure. But I think he's probably just short of Calvin Johnson, but I think he's just a little bit past what I saw with Julio Jones, because I think he can do a little bit more after the catch than Julio can. Like, he can do all the stuff Julio can, pass catching, hands, route running, explosiveness, speed. And then he sort of gives you that little bit of extra as far as the run after the catch stuff. Phenomenal talent. It's getting beyond ridiculous at the point of these NFL players. The NFL needs to hand out more harsh punishments. It makes the league look bad, Brando. They definitely have the power to do so, Corey. And there was a time there that they were coming down, dropping the hammer pretty hard on these guys. I think that they must have gotten backed off a little bit of it. To your point, that seems like there's been a little bit of a gentling when it comes to some of these punishments, because what happened about 10 years ago is things were running off the hook, and the players themselves, the guys that were, you know, not liking to see the league trending in the direction of the reputation was getting sullied. And everybody's like, these NFL players just always constantly getting in trouble with the law. And they said, hey, NFL, we're going to give you control now to be able to come in and just throw in suspensions, even if it's just on suspicion. Like, you don't even have to get a prove ground go. You don't even have to like show that something actually happened. Just, you have suspicion, you can take a guy out for a certain amount of games. So they've got the ability to do it, but it does seem like they're not as on board with using this stuff as much as heartily. And it'll be interesting to see with guys like Alaric Jackson, and then the situation that happened with Pierce in Atlanta this offseason. And, you know, you're watching that situation just slowly get covered up down there, as if the NFL kind of does this overlook thing now with this, and it starts to trend in a different direction. Andre Fuller does sound like a football name, man. Oh, but that's what my friend said too. It's tough, but they're both great A returners. Mays didn't Harvin punch Tate because he slept with Russ's wife. No, Tate was in his feelings a little bit about the contract Percy had been giving, and Tate knew he was going to probably have to go out of town somewhere else to get a contract. Didn't love that, and might have said something in the paper that got Percy a little on tilt, but it wasn't that. Kenny Leasley would be very much close, Patrick, to your point on that Mount Rushmore. The longevity factor is the one thing that would probably just remove him from quite getting to the other four guys, but he's right in the mix for sure. See, hope. Baker, Shaheed, better returner. Percy, better player. Well, that's fair. Rodney, Brando, hope all is well. I have a free agent. Our offense will. I have a feeling our offense will get off to a slow start to the new OC. What are your thoughts? Are we better if a team than last season? Your opinion? I do think we're better as a team than last season. I'm not as certain that we're going to get off to a slow start. There might be bumps in the road for Fleury, and he might need some time to figure out what's what. But I think that the fact that you're returning the entire offense, aside from your running back, the entire offense, the entire offensive line, almost all of the depth behind the starters is returning with it. I think the fact that almost all the entire offensive staff, Rodney, is remaining. Okay, you lost your OC, but the entire offensive staff is remaining. I think when you have that kind of continuity, no matter what new guy's actually calling the plays, I think that that does minimize a little bit of that impact. I do. So it's a possibility, but I'm not as much thinking that that's a certainty or that it's a likelihood. I think there's a lot of reason to believe that you can keep the continuity up, if in fact, even be better next year. Because you're returning such a young roster of so many players down the line, starters and depth. Trap Cat says, don't forget, Mike called one of those kicks returns and the season returns before it even happened. That's right, the Atlanta game. He said, now Rashid, go out here and return this kick, and Rashid did so. Three guns deep, how many would Percy have with the new kickoff return rules? That was what's making hard on answering that question, is because Percy with the new kickoff rule tools would have been real problematic. His get up and go and his quickness would have been an issue for sure. And Harbaugh would have had a field day with that. Chris B, would you kick the tires on edge Cam Gill, just one defensive player of the year in the UFL? I don't know anything about it, my man. Sorry about that. I admittedly don't watch a ton of UFL stuff, so I've just been kind of head down, getting some stuff done, prepping up for the upcoming year, getting some people reached out to for behind enemy lines, thumbnails put together, a couple of short videos I want to get out, but I haven't had a chance to take a look at it. I'll try to see if I can catch him offline here. Ask me about him next time. I'll see if I can take a look at him. Devo in the house. What's up, Devo? Thank you for the $10 donation, man. Hey, Brando. I know we don't know what we're getting out of Price, as if we haven't had a chance to see much, but something tells me he's hungry to get that chance and has little wear and tear. I'm hoping. No, he's coming in a good shape, and there's a lot of running backs, of course, that do come out of college. Alabama was famous for this for many years, of spitting out guys that sometimes could have too much of the tread taken off the tires. Price does not have that. 92 carries last year, not a ton of use in college. He should be pretty fresh and healthy and good to go. And I think that he is, I've said, is well set up right now to have success as any running back coming in the league in recent history. He's coming in an offensive line with all the returners. He's got an offense that can force defenses to not be allowed to just concentrate on the rushing attack, no matter how much we have a commitment to running the ball, because there's so many other parts that you have to pay attention to, and we have such a willingness to attack you. If you're going to load up the box, all early on last season, load up the box, stack the box, blitz like hell, and we punished teams through the first half of the year when they did that. And so he is going to be set up so well to have this success wherever his talent level may lie. And I certainly don't think that they missed this so badly that this is a guy that's got like 7th round type talent that they took in the first round. There's no chance. And so even if he's just marginally around where they think he can be at, he should be a very, very big success here. He should have a lot of productivity. So you're right. We don't know what we're going to see for sure, but we do know what breeds running back success. And the narrative and the old rule of thumb is no longer applicable in this situation. And the old rule of thumb is go get the star running back, go get the guy that can drive the bus, go get your bell cow. He'll make everything great. Then need an offensive line, don't need an offensive line? Need a good quarterback player, don't? Need a defense that gets off the field and actually gets you to have the ability to run the ball and not playing from behind? Now we know these things matter. And he's got all of that stuff working in his back pocket for success. And if he can just stay healthy, it should allow him really in a pretty easy manner to get to 1,000 yards. On top of the fact that he's just a pure fit to this outside zone system with his running style and how he goes about his business. So I'm hoping as well. I've made a bit of the soft comparison to a guy like Terrell Davis. And part of what Terrell Davis's success was built upon, him coming up out of nowhere to be what he was as a running back, to be an MVP running back, had to do with the conditions he was being allowed and put in place in front of him. Because just like these analytic folks prove out today and what they say you need to have rushing game success, so too was it proven out then. You had your good defense, you had a great offensive line, you had a great offensive system, you had competent quarterback play, you had pass catchers on the offense, on the outside to keep defenses off guard, and then you had the running back then that could maximize all of that across the board. And that's what really breeds running back success, more than just having the running back talent per se. Great question, man. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate you. 3 Guns Deep, play calling is kind of overrated in the fact that they have all situations already planned out before they ever get to the game day. See, I'm in alignment on this too, 3 Guns Deep. You've got your during the week, your 15 scripted plays. Then you've got your, okay, if this happens, this is what we're going to do. If that happens, that's what we're going to do. You know, and it becomes more of like, it takes a village here to kind of come up with this stuff. Yes, is there a final guy that the decision lands on? Yeah. But is it also very important what advisors and who he has around him, giving him that information to get to that point? Absolutely it is. So I tend to fall in that same alignment here, 3 Guns Deep. Thank you, Rendaz. The nest of the best. Go Hawks, man. I wouldn't argue if you want to put Easley up there in the Rushmore. Rodney says, what free agent do you want to see Seattle sign before the season starts, Brando? I think Clowney's the guy for me. I'm always looking for market opportunities. I don't want to pay max prices. And when I look at Clowney, I see a guy that had his best year of his career in this defense not 2 years ago. And he gets to come in here and be the 5th edge on your roster. And he's not going to cost but hardly anything. I certainly could see him also being in a place of his career of that pure ring chasing, being all in on that part. Certainly when he was with the Ravens and they were winning games, he was playing his ass off there. He played his ass off for us when he was here the last time. So, I'm not asking him to be my starter. I'm not asking him to be my backup. I'm not asking him to be my third. I'm my 5th edge, my reinforcement. I think that then sets you up for the upcoming season to not have to feel impelled at some point during the trade deadline to bring somebody in on a trade deadline deal. You'll already have it in-house and you wouldn't have had to make a trade to make that happen. So that's the one that I think I really gravitate towards in rounding out this edge room and doing it in a unique way that nobody else is doing in the NFL. Everybody's about the starting 2 guys, really. Give me my starting 2 guys. We would be about the depth, the rotation, the waves that we could throw at teams. I like that idea. Also, the head coach tells him if it's 4 down territory, which helps make the play call. True enough. Seiler, I don't know on that one. I've heard he's kind of a Midwestern guy, too. They're trying to open up a box of contenders 2004, as I knew it was a great rookie class. I got a Joe Montana signed, 1 out of 25, value $250. Also, Kenny Easley redemption cards, which I didn't send in. Regret daily. Oh. Sean McLeodart. B, educate the younger folk on Eugene Robinson. I feel like he's often forgotten. Yeah, he came in at a time of year where he came in at a time for the Seattle Seahawks of the truly dark age for the team. And a guy that, was just a fantastic all-around player. I think he came from kind of a smaller college, if I'm not mistaken, too. Hartford. But he came in as a guy that was, drafted really late and free safety back there, but was a full meal deal player. He was in every way. So he could cover on the back end and cover up stuff. He was a hitter. He was a really good in the run game and could tackle, was a real leader and a vocal presence out there and what he could bring to the table on that. To put perspective, folks, the guy played 15 years in the NFL. He had 57 interceptions, including 9 interceptions in 1993 for the Seattle Seahawks. 57 interceptions in his career. So a very long career he played. But just to put that in perspective, guys, so I know that, again, Earl Thomas gets talked about in great order, and he should be. He deserves that. Earl Thomas has 30 interceptions. So Eugene Robinson almost had double the amount of interceptions. Now, granted, he played a significantly longer career. But hell of a player, man. Eugene Robinson was absolutely everything you could want for the position. It's just unfortunate that at that time your offense stunk. You didn't have good quarterback play. Your team was in transition. Ken Behring was trying to move the team to LA. You know, it was just kind of the worst time for a good player to come in and do something exciting like he did. Yep, no part 4 on this HHG. Sorry, man. Just we're not getting the viewership on that. So I saw you had asked that above me up on the stream above. We're just want to do the Kubiak series, and I'm going to try to implement some funny stuff during the season as I kind of can. But the big key with the implementing is that people watch it. And so if I do a live stream show and that live stream show is going to supersede doing uploads for the Kubiak series, all 3 videos combined, like it just doesn't make sense to do the show. You know what I mean? Like I've got to put the time to what's going to bring the returns on the channel. And I know the folks that watch the Kubiak really love it and would really like to see that stuff. And I can appreciate that. And I'd like to do more of it. I just have to kind of put the concentration on in the channel on the stuff that actually brings the return. And unfortunately with that stuff, it's just not bringing the return. We're just not getting the viewership. We got like 1,000 views on all three videos, HHG. So it's like, it's just, that's not going to do it. You know what I mean? Now when each video is going to take about 60 hours to put together, the math just don't math. Catalyst, thank you for the $10 donation. Where would you rank Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas in terms of OT duos in the NFL? Ooh, it's up there. I would say it's certainly up there. So, I'm looking online right now to kind of see which one I'm leaning towards here. Okay, kitty, stop knocking my mouse here. Stop knocking my mouse. Mulata Johnson might still be a little bit better. Age is starting to set in there. Tampa Bay is pretty darn strong with Tristan Wirfs and Luke Godecki. They probably have you nipped a little bit there. But aside from that, maybe you'd put Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater ahead. And maybe you'd make them you'd make them fifth at that point, Catalyst. But I think that Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater are still kind of proverbial at this point. We don't actually have, I think, tangible, a long period of time with those two out there on the field together playing like we do with Lucas and Cross. So I would probably put them fourth. They're probably just behind a Philadelphia, Tampa Bay, not a lot of teams, man, as I look through this, I'll tell you that. You know, there's a lot of teams that got maybe a left tackle, but there's definitely a dicey situation for them at right tackle. Question marks, you know. Saints are pretty good to it. Kelvin Banks on one side, Talise Fuwanga on the other. That's another pretty good one that's right there in the mix, but right in that top 5 area of things. 4 or 5, probably Catalyst is right where they'd rank. And that'll obviously do the trick, you know what I mean? That's obviously more than good enough at that point. Great question. Real underrated part of this team is having those 2 pillars in place and then just being so lock solid as they are. Both really good run blockers, both really good pass protectors. They just give you a complete game, complete skill set out there at both ends of that offensive line. Yeah, sorry, HHG man. I thought, and thank you for the donation, Catalyst. Really kind of you, man. Sorry on the Kubiak thing, guys. It's going to be one like the final ep would take it's going to be a 30, 35 minute episode. And it's just like, we're just not getting the traction there on that. So it's unfortunate, but it's like, you just don't, the time it takes to put into it, if there's not the return there, I don't want to do it. Not for all it takes to put into it, because it is kind of a hellacious build to kind of put all that stuff together. Appreciate you understanding. John L. Williams is an all-time Seahawk. I think you'd probably have to, even though Max Strong had the 15 years, I think John L. Williams' impact would probably still force you to probably supersede him over Mac as your all-time fullback. Sean, Michael Sinclair had a great peak too. Not as much longevity in his prime, but with Kennedy eating up the double teams, I'll never forget 98. That was a hell of a defensive line, man. You had some good defenses in the 90s. It was a dark period, dark age. And, that was certainly one where offense was tough to watch, but you had some really good defenses. And that line, Kennedy, Adams, Phillip Daniels, Sam Adams. I mean, that was a pretty lethal front. Darisaw and O'Neal, I forgot about them. That's a good combo too. Yeah, Darisaw does have a little bit of a harder time staying healthy, but you could make an argument that they should be in the top 5, and I'd understand. Banker Brando, in an alternative universe, your team traded for Lane Johnson and Juwan Taylor. As veteran captains, they teach your O-line the kickback, forming the kickbacks line. I couldn't take it, Banker, because every team that would be playing us would be nothing but bitching and moaning about that constantly. Why are they the only ones who get to get away with this, Banker? What did they pay off the refs that they're allowed to be the only ones that you can't tell me, well, they just mastered it. BS. Every lineman would be doing it if it was allowed to be done by everybody, Bubba, Brando, love you, bro. Thank you as always for hosting. It's my pleasure, man. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you. Do you cheer for or miss the playoffs or endure 19 games of kickbacks? I endure the 19 games of kickbacks, but I try to ignore it. But then I keep getting frustrated by it and acknowledging the fact that everybody's right for being so pissed off about it because it is cheating. It'd be the same thing for me, Banker, of watching the Flop City stuff with Oklahoma City. Like I'm sad that our Sonics are gone. But I'll tell you what, if our Sonics were here and they were Oklahoma City and we're out there flopping our way to trying to get a championship, it would be really hard to excuse that. That would really test my homerism. Yeah, Buccaneers got a good offensive line, Oiler Titan. Mock's good too. The offensive line is one of the big driving force and reasons why I think the Buccaneers are going to get back. On top, I think the defense is going to have improvements. Barton's not chopped liver at center, but I think they're going to win that division this year. Yeah, those North Dakota State offensive linemen, Titan. It's kind of becoming a little bit of a conveyor belt coming out of there. Catalyst, if the Bucs don't re-sign Mock, definitely would be nice to bring him in for North Dakota State trail. Could be interesting too. I don't know where the Bucs are cap-wise, but I know that they've already paid a couple guys on that offensive line, and they got Baker's contract coming up. So maybe Mock is the guy they let walk. Mixes Jeremiah Smith is so much fun to watch. Whoever gets him next year will be so much fun with him. Oh, they will. And then he should be a guy that should help to change offenses around real quick just by being a planet that's going to cause a lot of defenses to want to bring some moon orbits around him and a lot of tension his way. And should be an instantaneous guy that, hits the ground running right from the jump. But he is like you build him in a lab kind of wide receiver. Oiler Titan, every analyst had the Cards taking Wirfs at 8 in 2020. They took Simmons, the linebacker unicorn from Clemson. I think they made the same issue that I think that's where I point to Oiler Titan. There's some commonality I feel like at times from ownership coming down to the front office of the Cardinals, and that there's sometimes a draw from ownership dictating to them, especially I would estimate on some of these early picks for what to do. So like when you look at the Cardinals as being one of the few teams in NFL history, especially in the last 30 years, that back-to-back took quarterbacks in the first round I think that speaks to a little bit of an ownership influence. I'm not certain. I can't give you a smoking gun, but I have a little bit of an instinct that there's a little bit of ownership coming in at that point. When you have a guy as good as Wirfs was, that was as clean a tackle prospect as Wirfs was, and yet you go for the unicorn linebacker, I don't know, man. When I come into this last year's draft, well, they're Titan, and they should probably trade back, and they should probably just go get a lineman after you trade back and keep adding picks and go that route. Instead, you take a running back because it's going to sell tickets. Like I go, how much did ownership come in on that one? I don't know for sure. Early Titan, but I do wonder. Karl Malone, the all-time greatest flopper. Yeah, he definitely would. He was super dramatic about it too. Ruben Bain was such a steal for Tampa Bay. He's going to be a good player. Yeah, Baker wants $60 million. That's the rumor, which I can't think that Tampa Bay is going to pay that. But look, let's say they go to the playoffs. Let's say Baker wins them the division. They win the division this year. Go win a playoff game. If you're in Tampa Bay's situation at that point, are you going, well, let's not sign Baker and try to find a different quarterback? I don't know, man. They got $40 million in cap space next year, so they got the room to do it. John, I feel like Lamar's going to have a very tough transition leaving his prime already. Yeah. I think there's already been a baseline of some of these quarterbacks that are so mobile that get into their late 20s to 30s and things start to fall a little bit offline once they lose some of their quickness and speed and, some of that juice. And I think the Cam Newton trajectory is going to be a little bit similar to Lamar. Lamar is a better passer than Cam, and he has developed himself better as a passer. But there's going to be a bit of a depression to his game once he is not able to just lean on his legs, ultimately. Catalyst loved the Bucs offensive line with Baker, but Todd Bowles can't do anything with that defense. Not a great coach. Yeah, I think that they certainly could be, it's a good point, definitely could be kind of held back in that way by what Todd brings to play. I think that the injuries came in a little bit last year and affected this. Getting Vita Vea, Calais Campbell, and Ruben Bain on that defensive line, I think could significantly help them. I think they've made some investment in that secondary in recent years. They still have Winfield back there. They got the talent. I think you're right about the coach, but I wonder if maybe some of that talent can push that along a little bit. If the pass rush can just kind of come forward for them, especially. But you're not wrong. Rendaz, go Hawks. Have a good night, man. My Ravens friends don't think so. Yeah, you could see early on in his career by how much Mark Roman was leaning Lamar into running, and we're going to let this guy be a running back for the position and take all that comes with that. Well, if that's the way you're going to go with that, that's fine. But there's usually going to be a price to be paid for that quarterback down the line. His body's going to get beat up. He's going to lose some of that mobility with age even more distinctly. And at that point, he's not going to have the arm. He's not going to have the arm ability that he can fall back on to then carry the line. And I think that the Ravens are going to encounter that a little bit. We'll see. That's one of the interesting parts of the season. The Ravens is they kind of are at a fork of the road with a new coach this year and trying to, they're still trying to go to it. Theoretically, on paper, they've got a lot of talent. Kendricks, did you see the Terry Arnold news? Were you high on him when he was drafted? No. I mean, I liked him, but was I super high on him? I don't think I was. No, I was. I had a late first round grade on him. I check my stuff here. Late first round grade. I did think he was getting overrated though. Like people were talking, Kendricks, at that time about us taking him with the Byron Murphy selection. And I remember going, that's way too, no, don't do that for him there. That's too much. So it was a late first round grade. I had Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and Kool-Aid McKinstry also with first round grades in that draft, and had all of those guys ahead of Terry Arnold. I'm looking at my draft grades on that. I didn't do too bad on that draft, man. I did pretty good on that, Kendrick. I was looking at some of my grades there. I landed that one all right. $60 million is ridiculous for Baker. But, that's what these quarterbacks do, right? They can't ask for it, so they think they should. I don't think they're going to pay that, but that's the part where if I'm a general manager, I'm being very careful about those kind of contracts. Don't let yourself get held over a negotiation table. Baker, besides the Cardinals, who else is realistically tanking for a quarterback next year? I would say the Dolphins, but they signed Malik. I think Falcons also move on from Penix. I don't know if I'd completely bail out on the thought process of the Dolphins being in that same position there. They did dump a lot of guys. For signing of Malik, there was a lot of like bloodletting that went on there with that Dolphins team. The Jets, man, Banker, the Jets are actually in a position to, I thought they drafted well, but they're another roster that's probably going to have to probably fire a coach, move on from him after this year. They feel like a team that's trying to angle themselves for Arch Manning already right now, So I would say they are a team that is in tank mode. Not a lot of teams in the NFC anymore. I think almost every NFC team's kind of quasi going for it. More of the tankers are out in the AFC. Like Cleveland's not full tank mode, but there's some tanking action going on there with Cleveland too. I don't know about the Dolphins. I thought the Malik signing was a little weird, but that line's got a long ways to go. That defense has got not a lot of talent on it. Patrick Paul, Caden Proctor, Aaron Brewer, Jonas Avanea, and Austin Jackson are your starting offensive line. Malik Washington, Jalen Tolbert, and Tutu Atwell are their starting wide receivers. Malik better be a miracle worker out there. They've been getting destroyed over the middle because their linebackers couldn't cover. They definitely need a better pass rusher, and Bain could be that guy. Yeah, they had a little bit of a thing going with Levante David, where it's like the guy was a great cover guy at one time, but they kept seeing that get diminished year by year by year by year, and they just didn't do a lot around that. They had the Servassier guy out there as the will linebacker, and his tape wasn't anything special coming out of college. They definitely are a little deficient at the linebacker, off-ball linebacker position. Calais says, what was the point of signing Malik if they were going to gut the roster anyway? It doesn't give the good way of evaluating Willis. Just hope that the run game with A-Chain can help. Some of these organizations just are dumb. I'd heard rumors that like the Cardinals are willing to potentially pay Jimmy Garoppolo this offseason to a Malik Willis kind of contract catalyst. Couldn't you say the same thing about the Cardinals? We want to think that these people are doing stuff that's actually intelligent and is thinking about trying to do the smart, right thing at all times. But I think sometimes there's just that draw to like, well, how are we going to get the fans excited about this upcoming season with this? How are we going to get the fans excited about the upcoming season with Quinn Ewers? I know if we sign it, that'll generate a little bit of excitement. We can kind of sell them on a vision that's not likely to happen, but there's always a chance. There's always a chance. And so I agree. I think it's absolutely stupid. I think this is the wrong thing to be doing from a Dolphin perspective. I think that it's another point of this is why you guys haven't been good for a while, is that this is the kind of moves that you make. But they didn't do a lot around that. Even with the A-Chain thing, probably should have just moved A-Chain, shouldn't have signed Malik, gotten some draft capital for A-Chain, got some draft capital for Jalen Waddle. You're starting to turn this thing over. That's the proper way to go. But we see with these teams, they can't take it all the way. They go partially, or they try to split the difference. We'll partially reset, but we'll also partially go for it. No, you've got to pick a lane. You got to pick an actual pertinent approach and go down that approach. Not go a little bit here and a little bit here and a little bit over there. Like you say, I agree, Calais. These organizations shouldn't get the benefit of the doubt anymore. We should stop thinking about them in terms of like, well, there's just sometimes you make smart decisions and then bad things just go against you and there's little you can do about it. No, sometimes these teams do asinine things. Sometimes these people are outright dumb in their approach. And to your point, the fact they had given Tua in the first place a contract extension was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's one thing to misdraft the wrong guy between him and Herbert, nothing to just then give him the extension. Like, what are you doing? Nobody watching Tua throw the rock over the last 4 years been like, that guy should be that's who you want. Atlanta's only going to start him this year if Michael's out there with a peg leg at this point. Garoppolo trade during the preseason AZ. No, well, the rumor I heard on it was that like Jimmy turned, this is how bad it is for Arizona. Like they can't flip out their DC because nobody wants to take their job. So they just stick with the guy they got. Jimmy turned that money down to them. He's like, no, I'm good. I'm retiring. No, that's how bad it is to play in Arizona. You'll turn down $100 million. I don't. I'm good. You know how bad you have to be organizationally run to have an NFL player turn down $100 million to not play for you? Dan McGuire was definitely a reach. But that's also that's a great representation of old ownership that you had that was running like some of this new ownership. You had a guy in Bering who wanted to get this team down to LA. You had a guy in Bering who really wanted to be a baseball owner, but there was no baseball franchises available to buy, so he settled for a football team. So, baseball guy, Mark McGuire at that time, steroid guy, knocking balls out of the park. He likes McGuire. He's a California guy. In fact, I think he was kind of from the Northern California area, if I'm not mistaken, 3 guns deep. So he wants Dan. Then you have your head coach in Chuck Knox who wants Brett Favre. Does your owner go to the grizzled head coach who's had tons of success and who knows what he's looking at and knows what he wants and knows what good quarterback play is? Or do you go, you know what? I want to go for the brother of that baseball player because I really like that baseball player. He plays football too. And like, that's literally what happened. And this is to me, like, I think this is kind of what happened. I interviewed on this channel. You can go see it on this channel. There's an interview with me and the guy that was the general manager of the Seahawks when that decision came down. And he confirmed it to me. Kind of blew my mind because it was just one of my theories through the years. Like, I think that this is what probably happened in this situation. And he confirmed it. And it blew my mind that an owner would do that. Get out of the effing way. You egotistical bastard. Let your football people guide this thing. A banker, if a quarterback signs with the Cardinals and that roster, they know they're playing the Rams and the Hawks, the 49ers, 6 total games equals, I'm good, y'all. I mean, $100 million though, banker. This is that old thing that we'd go back to in the 80s, like us, you get a bunch of friends sitting around and they'd be like, would you take a punch from Mike Tyson for $1 million? And this was when Mike was scary. I mean, super scary Mike, right? Like this was like, nobody was messing with Mike. Like, would you do it for $1 million? So it's kind of like banker, it's like, well, for $100 million, would you play the Niners, Rams, Seahawks 6 times, take your beating and earn your $100 million? I mean, you know what I mean? It's a good question. Bubba says, Brando, did you see Kenny McIntosh's rings flex? I did, Bubba. How did he get the Packers championship ring? That was the one that was on there. I got the Georgia one. I get the Seattle one. Why is the Packer one on the ring finger there? But that was very cool. Hopefully that kid can get back right this year. 3 guns deep. Brick had a decent rookie season and they did get a 1st round pick for him in return. Oh yeah. Yeah. Rick was a guy that you got the stamp of approval from Bill Walsh. I think Bill saw a lot of Joe Montana in Rick and had that really good first year. Wasn't going to the best of teams. Situation wasn't in the best of state with Ken Bering already kind of looking for that pivot to getting the team out of town. But, you were able to get the first round pick for him, right? So yeah, it did turn around at least. Baker says, getting a beating year one, draft your replacement. Thank God. Thank you for your service. But we're going with the rook. But then you retire with the money, man. You know what I mean? But Jimmy's like, I've already made enough. I'm good, bro. Sean says, what was worse, McGuire's inability to pass the ball or Lindley's inability to pass the ball to his team? It's a tough one. McGuire was pretty painful to watch. McGuire at least had the swag. You know what I mean? Like he had, I think, the elbow pads. He had the black visor. He was like 6 foot freaking 10. So he kind of had the aura to him at least a little bit. It's just when he actually did the process of actually throwing a football that things went off the rails. That's a tough one, though. That's a tough one. Yeah, you got to give the Desert Birds a little flack, man. Especially that owner. That guy's had time to learn his lessons, you know? These owners that not only are bad and stick their fingers where they don't belong, but then also never learn when to stop and quit it, back off. Kind of one of those guys. All right. Well, we are almost 4 hours in the books. I think that's a good time here to put a bit of a button in it. I just want to thank one more time here the sponsor of the show, Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. Take advantage of this today. Get in on the baseball action here with the overs and the unders. Put your ticket together. You got seasonal picks going on with football right now. Use my code HMA, and when you use my code, put down a $5 lineup, they'll put $50 in your account. So $5 for $50, that ain't too bad. And you show some love to the channel at the same point in time. The description's down. Just the link is in the description right now if you want to click on that and take advantage of that deal. Terms and conditions do apply. We got the seasonal picks on deck here, as I said. Some really nice, tasty selections out there, including a Jadarian Price at like 725 yards rushing on the year. I think that's a very easy pick to take. Take advantage today. And I know there are terms and conditions that do apply. And yes, in the state of Washington, it are some restrictions. But if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the app in full. Big shout out to you guys for utilizing that app, taking advantage of that link. I really, really do appreciate you guys for doing that. If you can for me today as well, on our way out the doors, we're finishing on up. You can hit that like button for me. I know I ask it a lot, but it is something that helps out this channel tremendously, allowing me to grow and continue to just get bigger and bigger and continue to expand here on this channel for the upcoming future on that side of it. I really appreciate, as always, the great discussion and with you guys today on the channel. We'll finish up with a couple of last comments here. Stitch says, sup, brother? Go Hawks. McGuire versus Sosa home run comp when I was a kid was crazy. It was wild watching those two guys go back and forth. And you don't have a lot of times where baseball is much watch, but that summer was absolutely much watch and fun tete-a-tete. Wish it wasn't necessarily steroid driven to make it happen, but it was what it was at that time. AZ should have kept Clayton Tune. I would have taken Clayton Tune over Carton Beck. I'll tell you that. Cool Breeze 24-hour casual beverage stream soon. Maybe a non-football focused stream. That's a great suggestion. We're going to be doing a charity stream. So it may be here in the start of July that I'll kick that off, but I'm looking to do a stream. I don't know if it'll be a full 24-hour, but we'll try to like maybe get a 12-hour stream in, get a Mariner baseball game in, and try to kind of stack up as much as we kind of can on that. Cool Breeze. So we will be getting the charity stream out here before the start of the season for sure. That's my goal on that. So yeah, great suggestion there, man. Absolutely. Baker says, so Jimmy G thought the Cardinals are like the Jets Browns, where careers go to die. Sad for Mike. I mean, there's some signs, right, Banker? You know, Jacoby Brissett holding out. That's a sign. Jimmy Garoppolo not willing to go to your team on a $100 million deal to be given the starting job. That's a sign. Course correction may be in order. You know what I mean, big guy? You know what I mean? It may be time. Go Breeze, maybe a stream with your thoughts on the NFL as a whole. Bigger picture topics would be awesome. Yes, 100%. And we're in exact alignment. We're going to be getting some streams up here on a couple of random topics here in the early part of the month of July. I'm going to be doing an NFL-centric stream. And then this is just going to be, obviously I'm going to be doing some of the predictions on what I see for awards and coming up in the upcoming season. And just I'll be predicting on where I see teams and how they're going to go. Just general ways that I think this NFL season is going to go. So it's a great suggestion. And yeah, I'm going to plan on doing one of those shows. I think it's like second Sunday in July. I think I'm going to be doing that. So I'm already kind of putting together a little bit of a plan for this upcoming month and for some of the stream schedule, but that's going to be one of those shows. The charity stream will also be another one we're going to be doing as well. So great suggestions, Cool Breeze. Thank you, Catalyst. Appreciate you, man. Take care, Cool Breeze. YouTube banker. Catalyst, Brandon, if you did a stream ranting about other organizations doing dumb things and break them down, that would be hilarious. That's a great suggestion. I'll tell you, there's plenty of fodder to go through at this point, Catalyst. Plenty. And it ever expanding, man. Ever expanding. Cards might trade for Shador. I'll tell you what, Euler, doesn't seem like the Browns are at all sold on the Shador experience. They seem like they're in a soft pivot mode wherever they can, and he does not seem long for the Cleveland world. Banker, McGuire, Sosa, and Bonds. Brando, imagine if Griffey took juice and no injury, probably 1,000 home runs. Really true, man. And it's one of the reasons that, look, with Griffey, Griffey and Largent are my childhood athletes. You know, those are the guys that had their posters were on my walls. And you really appreciate with Griffey, he was a natural talent, and Bonds was a natural talent, and they were prodigies and as gifted as you will ever find. And both of those guys had a decision to make. In life, you have a decision to make, and you can take the quick pathway, and you can take the easy way, or you can take the right way. And sometimes those things are in confluence, and sometimes those things go separate. And Griffey had that branch in the road, and he said, I'm not taking that. And he had a less successful career because of that. But his reputation remains unsullied because of that. And you're absolutely right. That guy had taken it, he would have easily eclipsed the all-time home run mark and would have done so by a country mile, because it was injuries that ended up robbing him, not a lack of ability. Not that he couldn't swing a bat anymore. It's that he played on AstroTurf for the first 10 years of his career, and it blew out those, tore up those knees, Yeah, it's a good point on your part, man. Femi, are we going to do the fantasy draft on stream again like last year? I'm going to try to. Yeah, certainly for members of the stream, I'll do it for sure. Got to get the Mariners over 500, man. Come on, Mariners, get hot here. Sean, good night, y'all. Just remember, you could be a fan of a team with no Lombardis or a team that just hasn't won since pre-Y2K. It's a good time, man. We're in a very, very cherished position right now, and we got to remember to enjoy it. We get lost in the repeats, and can we do this? Can we do that? But we're champs. There's organizations that haven't even gotten to there. We've gotten there multiple times. We're on a hell of a heater here over the last 20 years. It's nice. It's a good position to be in, and I definitely am enjoying it. I know you guys are too. Koken, Brando, is it possible I can join the fantasy league? If you can, yes, hit me up on heyhawksnest@gmail. Koken, just email me over there, and then I will get it off to the commissioner of our league. If you can do that for me. Let me go. All right, we'll wrap it up on this note. A couple little programming notes. We will be getting back around to you guys for a couple of those streams. As I said, we got the charity stream coming up. We'll be doing an NFL-centric stream. We got the training camp preview stuff coming up here in a bit on that side of it. Just did a couple other parts. We got the Facebook Hawks Nest channel rolling and going. If you guys could subscribe to me over on that, I'd really appreciate it, as I'd like to try to grow that over there and get that monetized as just another separate function that gets rolling. We've got some folks out there that have mentioned about, sometimes I get some comments in here about the long live streams. We're 4 hours today. That's not going to be for everybody. Just as a programming note, we do have a Hawks Nest Clips channel. So all of the live stream shows are going to be cut up by clips here throughout the season. We've got the Clips channel rolling in full bloom over there. My guy Bob's doing a great job on that side of it. And so if you're just more about the clips and not necessarily long live stream shows, we got that going and rolling over there in full bloom on that side of it. So still a lot cooked up here for the upcoming season. We're going to be ready to go on that side of it. Hope you guys are tuned up and ready. We are almost through this dead period of the off season. We're almost into July, and then it's just a mere couple weeks away to the start of training camp. So hope you're locked in and ready for the Seattle Seahawks team to go out there and repeat, because I think they've got as good a chance to do so as any team in recent NFL history. They're locked, they're stocked, they're ready, they're insured. If things were to go wrong here or there, they've got some ability to call upon reserves, call upon alternative methods to get this thing past that finish line at that point. You should feel really stoked about this team and where they're at, not just off the success they had last year, but where they're going on into the future, because they're just getting started. But just in case you aren't, just in case you're unsure, just in case you're questioning, just in case you're listening a little bit too much to that national media telling you that the Rams have already won them, let them crown their ass. will come up on that rearview mirror, and they aren't aware, but objects do appear closer than they may appear. We're coming. We're coming again. And once again, they aren't ready. So don't you forget. Don't you dare ever forget. Go Hawks.